Oh, yeah.
I'm here. I'm here. Jen's got a little fan machine on. She misplaced her earplugs, so this is gonna be
I got the juiciest one.
probably gonna be a tough morning for her. We did a lot of walking yesterday. Let me see if I can get it up on my phone. Hold on. I just wanna show it. Obviously, I don't know if these things can be faked or not. But let me just show you the kilometers. I know plenty of people walk more than this. It's a lot for me. 15 kilometers almost. That's a lot of goddamn steps. That's insane, dude. I didn't even think we were walking that much. So we walked a lot. We walked an insane amount. Central South America would definitely betray NA for Team EU. I think they're on their own, man. I don't think they'd rather not get involved in either of the conflicts between NA and EU. Like, what do they care? I look good? I mean, I'm trying to remove the American off of my body. So, I can say it's working. Definitely. I don't have a scale yet. I might buy one today. The used goods store that I took us to once, actually, I think had one for like under 1,000 yen. I should have just bought it. I don't know why I didn't just buy it. That was dumb of me. Because I'm going to need it to weigh Jen's bags anyways. Chigu diet is working wonders. I completely stopped eating breakfast. I try to consume almost all of my calories in one meal with like a little snack. Hydrate a lot. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Eat more? I'm eating less so I can eat more. Leave more room for Chigu. I might get Chigu. I don't know if I'll get it tonight. When's bulking season? Well, you gotta get through cutting season before you can get to bulking season. I hate that this guy isn't upgraded, but at the same time, like, I don't want to do anything to fix that. I guess I could kill this Legiacris, or try and capture this Legiacris. Won't eat, won't bald. This is what I can do. This is all. I can't go shorter than this. It was really funny. So, bad news is my brother-in-law his flight got delayed basically 24 hours. So he's not here. His girlfriend got here yesterday. The hotel said, oh, you can check in early. She goes to check in early, and they said, no, actually, you can check in at 2. She goes to check in at 2, and they're like, oh, actually, you got to check in at 3. That's just a normal check-in. There's nothing early about that. And I don't necessarily blame Japan because they like to follow rules, but I felt kind of bad. I mean, she could have came here and sat on my bed as she heard me screech at you guys. Or I could have checked her into an internet hotel or the internet cafe, or I could have gotten a room for another hotel. She was fine, but kind of sucks. Brother-in-law was going to have to drive us up to Hakone on like 5 hours of sleep. I didn't get an international driver's license in time. They last minute wanted to do this trip to Hakone. Hopefully that works out. But we did a lot of walking. We walked up to the hotel where she's staying. Just like, doesn't seem far by a map, but it's like a 30-minute walk. So you walk there, walk back, walk down Dotenbury Street, walk back. It was basically... I mean, it was basically the 15 kilometers, which is like, what is that, like 7 miles. Didn't feel like it. Until you look at it, you're like, what the hell just happened? Like, what is wrong with my life? Can I upgrade this? God damn it. This needs 3 Wyvern Stones? That's messed up, man. I think I want to get the tail to do this. Next time, get my international driver's license. I mean, the thing is like, I don't care. Like, I don't want to drive. They want to go somewhere. And in order to do that, anything close to being, like, reasonably priced, you really got to drive a car. I mean, for 2 people, the Shinkansen isn't that bad, but you're talking about, like, you know, 4 people take the Shinkansen there and back. Like, that's like $800. That's, like, insane. You know? Unless you were going for, like, a month. But you still need to get a Japanese translated license to drive there. My understanding is an international driver's license should work. I told my brother-in-law, I got the Airbnb, you just take care of driving. So if he fucks that up, that's on him, it's not on me. And we're still splitting the cost of the B&B. You know what I mean? That's all on him, man. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. His girlfriend has a driver's license. But she's not sure if it's valid in Japan or not. She's got to check. It's an international driver's license. She got it for the United States. We'll see. I mean, look, worst case scenario, I guess we could take the Shinkansen, but even still, like, the place we're staying is, like, on a mountain. Like, we're not going to walk, like... we're not going to walk, like, you know, 10 miles up a mountain. I mean, I don't want to. Be a translated version and a Japanese version of GMV, but it'll take some time. Well, hey, that's what it takes. You know? All I know is they like to follow the rules here. Prepared to follow everything to the letter, and you'll be fine. How's it going today? I just got up, man. I can't even tell you. I'm not even at the point yet. I mean, I feel okay. I'm not tired, but my body's getting a little stretched out and loose. No, I walked like 9 miles yesterday, so that's cool. I don't know. I don't think that's the most I've ever walked in one day. Some of those treadmill streams, I was doing like 10 miles, 11 miles in a day. But to do it in real life, I feel like you end up burning a lot more calories because, like, you know, you're moving, you're adjusting, you're stopping, you're going. I feel like that adds more calories. Hopefully we can capture this Legiacris and not end up, like, killing him. I don't want him to die. I just want to upgrade the other Fisher guy. Not that I even really need anything of his, I want to upgrade it. And I don't know if this is technically my time to get the Cedeo's tail, but it would be nice because we'd be able to get the Switch Axe upgrade. Vacation Florida for 6 days and did 7 miles a day. Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah, your calves must look amazing. With all the good food we put on weight despite the calorie burn, that's awful. Or, I mean, that's amazing, I guess. I don't know. You're becoming American-sized. Playing Monster Hunter now in Osaka would get those steps in? Sure would. Is there a save editor? I don't know. The game definitely supports Gecko and whatever other codes. Lost my weight, you're 156? That sounds like a great weight. Sounds healthy. I might be around there right now. I mean, I'm probably in. There's probably some code out there, green suspect, that will give you like 1,000,000 attack. Wait, now when you say your character on the Wii, was it an offline save or would it be an online save? I mean, 156 is like... Yeah, I think that's... I mean, for a guy at least, I don't know if there's a height you could be at other than actual dwarf tier where 156 would be like unhealthy. At least by American standards. I think it's mostly our food, man. You're 6 feet? And possibly even getting a little thin for 6 feet. My frame? I've got a wide dwarf-like frame. I wish I could grow a dwarf beard. You're part Labrador albino? They found outside chewing on gravel. Gotta lose 35 pounds in the year before your wedding? You could definitely do that. I mean, it's definitely possible. I think Chaos in the Discord alone got down like 35 pounds, maybe more in this past year. He just did a lot of walking. And he's like kinda sorta counting calories. Counting calories is the most annoying thing in the world. However, it does work. But man, is it annoying. And when you're finally at a good weight, it's not that you're necessarily more hungry, you're just like, this sucks. Still haven't lost your Rona rate? How'd you gain weight on Corona? Or is it that you had less energy, so you moved less, so you gained weight? I didn't move for like 3 days, but I don't think I gained any weight. Have to stop eating? There's no way I'd stick to an exercise schedule. So I have one weird brain trick. The trick is if you're dieting and you're feeling hungry, you'd be like, I'm exercising by not doing anything. Like, you know how when you exercise, like especially when you run, it hurts? It's not that you stop eating entirely, it's just you gotta eat less. Definitely don't stop eating entirely. Exercise by not getting out of bed. That's how I view it. I say, you know, when I'm a little hungry, it's like, it's the same thing as like that horrible stitch you feel in your side when you're running. For metabolism's sake, you have to eat regularly? See, like, I don't know, man. At least with how much, like, processed grain we have in our diet in the US, I feel like people are like, oh, you gotta keep eating to get your metabolism going. But, like, at a certain point, like, I think you're fucking with your insulin. You know? Yeah, you're getting, I mean, they call it metabolic syndrome. It's AKA, like, you get fat because your body, like, can't regulate its insulin anymore. You're not necessarily diabetic, but, like, you never deplete your glycogen or... I'm not a doctor. I mean, don't listen to me. Can't stop eating, you probably couldn't starve yourself either. Nobody's saying... I'm definitely not saying starve yourself, but... The reality is with humans, just like with a dog, like, if you just feed it less, like, it'll lose weight. I mean, it's horrible. Like, it sucks. Like, life shouldn't be this unfair. But there is a certain mathematical equation that follows calories in, calories out. Maybe there's definitely a lot of other factors that go into it, but I think that's the main one. Might be ABXY, but it's a big A, and that's your calories or whatever. You know, I mean, some people definitely have a higher resting metabolic rate. Some people have super messed up insulin production. Like, they found, like, people on, like, The Biggest Loser, after they lost all their weight, had, like, a resting metabolic rate of, like, 800 calories or something like that a day. And they somehow came to this conclusion that, like, oh, you know, they lost all that weight and now their metabolism is screwed up. But isn't it just as likely that maybe their metabolism is screwed up and that's why they got fat? I mean, imagine having a resting metabolic rate of 800 calories and you're watching everyone else, like, eat, like, you know, a normal, like, 2,000 calorie a day diet or so, and they don't gain weight, and you're like, what the hell's wrong with me? Why am I fat? It's like, it's not your fault your body's all screwed up. That's the way it is. Like, it's just not fair. It's like you're trying to go by normal. I mean, look, man, I don't know. Maybe they measured it wrong in the series. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. It is an American TV show. I'm just saying they were at 800 at, like, a normal weight, and by the time they made it up to, like, their mega gigafat size, you know, finally all the weight combined put them up to, like, more of a normal 2,000 to 2,500 calorie a day need. And that was, like, their, you know, that was their baseline. Isn't 1,600 normal for a man? I'm talking about American. I'm talking about the American standard. You're probably right. 1,600 probably makes a lot more sense. I'll look it up. But I'm pretty sure I've seen 2,000 for, like, whatever USDA, what they recommend people eat. They get more tonkatsu ramen yesterday? I felt a little bad for what happened to my brother-in-law's girlfriend, so I treated her to a little Japanese steak. So we had that, and then we got some takoyaki. That was pretty good. At the end of the day, I gotta level with you guys. Like, I just don't have super fancy taste buds. You know, I'm just as fine eating the super cheap cuts of meat from a yakiniku place as I am eating, like, A5 Wagyu. I just don't care. It doesn't really do anything for me. I like the chewy meat. I like the cheap, chewy meat. Yeah, no, it's the way it is. Like, I can't deny it. You know, I've done my persona stare and looked at my true self, and I'm just a little garbage man. That's fine. Still tasted good, but, you know, I just don't... I'm just like... I'm not saying it doesn't do anything for me, I just don't care. Hold on, we can do better than this. I can do a lot better than this. I want to sleep, right? I want to get them all on the same schedule. No, and same thing with McDonald's. Like, there are all these fancy ice creams here, and I do enjoy them. But there's something magical about the 140 to 180 yen soft serve from McDonald's. I'm like, it's great, man. I don't need anything fancier than that. You know? Like, I like a variety in my food, and I definitely like tasty food. I just, you know, I'm just not picky. Had charcoal ice cream over there? Haven't seen it. Offline Ignator and you got filtered? Oh, that's funny. What's good about ice cream? It's cold and usually it tastes good. That's pretty much it. I don't think there's much more to it other than that. We could maybe... We can maybe do something about, getting some max potions might be nice. How do I do that? It's like... honey and like bitterbud? For nutrients? Okay, no, hold on. Blue mushroom? No. Blue mushroom godbug? Okay. Then that with honey. Okay. And then that with dragon toadstool. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's just it hyper acute. Like, if your normal approximately 1,000 yen meal is like already at a 7 or 8, maybe 9 out of 10, why do you want to spend 2 or 3 times more than that to get something that would be a 10 out of 10? You could eat so many more times and save so much money. Shake your trip to Mount Fuji. There's a service area and they sell fancy charcoal ice cream. We're going to Hakone. I don't know if we're going to have the time or wherewithal to climb Mount Fuji. Maybe. I mean, I'd be up for it. It just kind of depends on what the group's up for. You think we're hot? I don't think it. I know it. We'll see. Well, we should be getting up there on Friday. I mean, like I said, my brother-in-law, he got delayed by 24 hours. He's the one... So he'll be here tonight at like 4:30. And then he's going to have like, I don't know, 17 hours to get himself in a place where he's got to learn to drive on the opposite side of the road. And take us from... Osaka to to Hakone. It's only like a 5-hour drive, which isn't... I don't think that's that bad. Is Mount Fuji open for climbing now? I think it opens at the end of June, beginning of July. Already have your sub? How much more parasocial do you need to be? I'm just happy everyone's here. I mean, I'll take everyone's sub money for sure. You've definitely been hemorrhaging subs. But I think that's everywhere, man. I think they should really go by active subscriptions on Twitch as a primary metric of recessions. Like, I've been seeing all sorts of like warnings in the newspaper, like, oh, recessions are coming. I don't know that they are necessarily, but I know like people are struggling, man. It's tough out there. All right, I want to fight Sideus. I don't know what weapon I want to use. Lance makes the most sense. It's kind of boring, though. Switch axe is probably good. We gotta attack the tail. It's kind of annoying. Dark Revelation, hello. The country I live in ends within 2 hours of driving? Oh. So wait, is this just like an American pilled thing where I think like a 5-hour drive isn't bad? That's kind of funny. I mean, I don't think it's bad. I think if you ask most Americans, they'd be like, oh, 5 hours isn't that bad. Smugfox, I'm sorry. All right, hold on. Hold on. I want to do a recreation. I want to do a recreation of yesterday with me and my brother-in-law's girlfriend. Hold on. Hold on, I got a hat. Okay. Oh, it's so bright. Oh. Okay. Why does it... I don't know why it looks like it's all funny. Okay. So I'm like... Oh, hey. Hey, it's great you're here. We get to the restaurant. Hey, it's great here. By the way, I just need to let you know, I cut my hair really short. She's like, oh, okay. Take my hat off. And she's like, oh, okay. New look, I guess. It was more like, you know, you don't expect necessarily that someone you know has changed their hair in a more dramatic way. It does look good on me. Chat's pretty supportive, actually. It's pretty nice. But I was like, come on. Still not bald. This is like no hair. Not bald enough. That's the problem. That'll be my struggle for the remainder of my life. Either too bald or not bald enough. Somehow, when I'm actually bald, chat tells me, actually, you're not bald. You need to be more bald, bald boy. Did she say it looked good? No, she did not say it looked good. She did not use those words. That's okay. She had to spend, I don't know, it was a couple hours sitting in her hotel lobby today, so if she was cranky, I don't blame her. I'd be cranky too. Gaslight, gatekeep, guild boss? I like that. Shave her head while she's asleep? Ask her how I feel. Like, we could have like a league of bald, like a league of assassins, but instead of like hurting people, we sneak into their room at night and we cut off their hair whenever they insult a bald person, and then we're like, now you're one of us. Insult the bald, you become bald. I like that a lot. I'm like totally into that. I know we've got a couple balds in chat. We could probably make this a thing. The thing is with hair, is you got like, for most people, you've got like good hair days and bad hair days. Like, you know, I definitely had both. And when you got this much hair, it's always the same. Let's start with Milkman. I promise you that after seeing my hair, he's probably thought about it. Forcibly balding naysayers. I feel like he'd probably, like, I would assume you could get, like, prosecuted for assault if you forcibly balded someone. I don't really want to be attacking this. I need to be attacking the beard. Probably could have made the Legiacris switch axe and it would be a better weapon here, but whatever. Hair can definitely be a sensitive subject for women. I remember I was at a credit union and we had a branch. It wasn't even necessarily robbed. Robbed, like, assumed some violence. But somebody came in and they had, like, a hat on. And, like, they cashed, like, a check that wasn't right, couldn't be cleared. And then the credit union, rather than, like, just doing a better job at, like, standards for not cashing bad checks, decided to implement an absolute 100% no hat policy, which, you know, I mean, from an absolute safety perspective, you know, hats can be problematic if you're trying to identify people. But people were getting real pissed because they'd be showing up to the credit union at, like, you know, 10 a.m. on a Saturday, just getting money before they get their day started, or have, like, you know, done anything with their hair. And they were getting real mad. Asking people, because it wasn't just hats, it was, like, all head coverings. So people that, like, have, you know, like, wraps or other things like that. I was almost worried we were going to run afoul of, like a religious ban or something like that. It was crazy. People were getting really mad in the lobby. I don't blame them for getting mad. It's always, you always have to, like, balance, like, security versus, like, the comfort of your customers or members in a credit union's case. I just don't know that was worth it. Because, again, like, you know, thank God, like, I don't think we'd ever been robbed. I did work at a credit union that did get robbed. Like, the guys brought in, like, freaking, like, assault rifles. It was insane. I wasn't there when it happened. That one was located just a little bit too close to, like, a highway. Whose weave got caught in a kite? That sounds scary and painful. Where was I at the time? I was working in another branch, but I had worked at that branch before. It's just like, I just don't get it. Like, there are so many other crimes you could commit to get money. Like, obviously, like, people like, oh, credit union, bank, they have money. I'll go there and take their money. But it's like, it's really not a lot of money. And then you're going to get, like, the FBI and the Secret Service after you. What I mean by religious? I don't know. Think of, like, there's certain religions that, like, always have to have, like, a head covering on, right? I don't know. I'm not a religion guy. I just know that that exists. That's a thing. Although we were talking about Job yesterday. There you go. Turbans and jobs. I couldn't remember the name of turban. that's concerning. Well, I mean, it's interesting, right, Albino? Because, like, if you're to ban hats, you know, can you make a religious exception? I don't know. I mean, you can make whatever rule you want. But at a certain point, it's going to seem arbitrary. Those are banned in Turkey and most secular countries? And certainly not banned in the United States. How goes try? It's pretty fun, man. The online's like a real challenge. His hair was longer than he was tall. That's badass. It's a lot of fun, incognito, man. For all of the things that the U.S. is not, I mean, you'll obviously get haters in any country. It is very religiously tolerant about what people want to do and wear. I think that's a good thing. I know in, is it France? They make it real hard for people. Yeah, give it a whirl, man. I mean, there are certain parts of the game that are like kind of hell. When you go online, getting to 2-star and then especially getting to 3-star can be kind of ass if you're doing it solo. But it's really, I mean, for you, I mean, you could probably code, you could probably just like independently develop the code to connect to the server anyways if you knew the IP, but setting it up is mega easy. Remember when I hate Switch Axe? Well, you know, you get older, you change. You miss those days. We need more Switch Axe hatred. What did that break? Did that break the beard? That did break the beard. Why did I hate it? I didn't really hate it. I hated getting asked questions about it. Because it was like every week for like a year, I had to answer some question about the goddamn Switch Axe. The final question was something about like Switch Axe motion controls. That was actually pretty funny. American culture is different and way so much better than us Europeans. I think the one thing that we take for granted in the US is it's really heterogeneous. There's a really big mix of all sorts of people in the US, and you don't, like, you literally don't blink. If you see someone from like a different country or different religion or anything else like that, it's just like normal. It's just completely normal. You know, you don't think anything of it. And I think you get a lot of tolerance in other countries, but I don't know that anyone could ever be like, depending on the community you're in. Obviously, there's certain communities in the U.S. it wouldn't fly, but there's a lot of communities in the U.S. You know, you could be living your life in any way that you want, be from any country you want, and you're just like, you're part of the community. You know, politically, things are getting tenser than they have been historically, definitely. But, I mean, that what I'm talking about now, I believe, is still true. In spite of everything. And I mean, the thing is in Europe is like, you know, virtually all of those countries are probably at least twice as old as the US, if not like way, way longer. You know, when you've got like almost 1,000 years of history and culture and tradition, you know, you feel that's important. You know, you've got your language and that's important to you too. And, you know, you don't want to lose that. And, you know, when people immigrate, I mean, that stuff does get watered down, definitely. It at least changes a little bit. I mean, there's, you know, there's, to that end, I mean, there's some validity there. I don't think that's wrong. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that you can't find people that are welcoming and stuff like that in Europe. I mean, you know, it is. I mean, how, you know, to accommodate everyone while still trying to maintain your culture, I mean, that's like a push and a pull force. I think we're getting to the point in a lot of countries where people are going to have to really start relaxing, though, because, you know, countries with like really low population growth rates, you know, I think it's, you know, at a certain point you got to be like, we want to exist as a country. You know, if we don't do something, we're not going to have enough people here to even like fill the empty houses. You know, like in Japan, for whatever reason, people are just not having kids. So, you know, you're already the oldest country in the world. There's a problem that's got to get started now, and like they're trying to do everything they can to get Japanese couples to have kids, but They can provide as much support as they want. I think people are just worried that they're going to be stuck at a job 12 hours a day and not see their family anyways. Like, what's it matter if they're more financially stable? Isn't U.S. birth rate is actually surprisingly low, yeah. I could definitely see it going even lower. I mean, you know, you basically need a two-family income to make things work. If you got two people and, you know, they need a house and college education and cars and insurance, man. You know, if you're lucky enough to be in one of those multi-generational families where everybody's willing to kind of chill out together in one big house, and kind of the way they used to do, you could probably make it happen, but any sort of real independence, I mean, it's a huge risk financially. How are you not angry? Closer to 500,000? That sounds like to what standard? You definitely don't need $500,000 to raise a kid. They don't eat that much. Send them to public school and all that. Hell, at this point nowadays, just like get them in a trade. Make them an electrician or a plumber. They do better than anyone else anyways. And it's not even all that. I mean, even if you get past all the other, like, monetary stressors, then, you know, that people have to not get divorced for any other reason or anything else like that. The divorce rate's already at like 50%. Diapers are expensive? They are, and formula's expensive too. I don't know that it's $500,000 though. I was talking to my other brother-in-law. They're about to have a third child. And I was asking him, like, how much time are you going to take off from work? He said he's going to take 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, that's an okay amount of time, you know. It'd be nice if you could take longer. He's like, well, I could take longer, I just shouldn't. Okay. I remember at the credit union, my manager was having his second child, and he took off like 2 days. I took off more time to play Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate than he did to see his second child born. Monster is a month off endeavor. I enjoyed that week off playing the game. I remember getting a bunch of honey mustard pretzels and like a case of beer. Cost of raising a child, a big reason I don't want to have any? No, the money's not an issue. Raising them's not even an issue. Got plenty of support and stuff. I don't know. I feel like we're a little bit in hell dimension, man. Should make media sell kids as the rich luxury items. You want to flex? All the celebrities flexing up like, ooh, look at my kids. I didn't consent. Did I sign this consent form to be born into Hell Dimension? I consented to be born into the world before 2008. Before the 2008 recession, I consented to that. That was dope. And I would have I would have had kids at that point. After 2008, and then, what was it? 2016, and then 2020. I'm good, man. I'm good, man. Yeah, it's a little bit of a gotcha pull, isn't it, Rick Nino? Like, on one hand, on your gotcha pull, you might get the greatest kid in the world. You might create somebody who makes dramatically good improvements to mankind. On the other hand, you might get me. You gotta deal with me. A kid who at one point found the chocolate-flavored laxatives in their parents' bedroom and brought it to preschool to share with the other kids. And then all the kids were crapping all over the place, and the caretakers had to figure out what the hell happened. Am I serious? You think I'm making that up? That was probably one of the first times in my life, at a very young age, I'm like, you know what? Sharing is the right thing to do. And I found chocolate, and I should share it with my classmates. They weren't like, it wasn't like explosive diarrhea all over the walls. But, yeah, man. This was a different time. I mean, nowadays, like, the police would probably be called, the poison control would be in there, parents would be, like, taking their kids to, like, the ER and stuff. Back then, kids just pooped. Kids just pooped. And it was fine. I remember it, man. I remember it because, I mean, it looked just like a Hershey's bar. It was like a chocolate-looking candy. It had a foil wrapper and everything. Your mom would have beat my ass massively. I did that. I only really remember getting spanked once as a child. And I somehow remember being, like, kind of an asshole before it happened. And so, like, I don't have any, like, trauma or anything associated with it, because I'm like, yeah, I was kind of a dick. Like, this kind of makes sense. I'm being punished because I was an asshole. I just remember, like, running around being a little brat and then getting spanked, so I don't know. I'm not saying you should spank your child. I remember, for me personally, it only happened once, and I remember kind of being a dick. That's all. And it never happened again. The thing is you'll get parents that have no idea how to raise a child and start just preemptively spanking them for anything. That's just abuse. Do I have a futon or a bed? I have a bed. Cousins all... Yeah, see, that's not right. You know. Your dad took your Sega away and it promised me to one day. That probably would have been more effective than even the spanking, man. If they took rid of our Nintendo and our Genesis, I would have been devastated, man. And my Nintendo and Genesis, of course, mean my Nintendo GameCube and my Sega Dreamcast. Of course. Of course. He tossed your Game Boy Color out the moving car when I was misbehaving? I mean, that's just dumb. One time I mean, just destroying toys doesn't make any sense. I mean, the best thing you could possibly do, like probably the most effective way of disciplining a child, I would assume, is like, just sit them in a corner and make them stare at a wall for like 20 minutes. Especially nowadays, like with no phone or stimulation. They would never act up again. Chill now? Well, I would hope so. I hope your dad doesn't go over to your place and throw away your Nintendo Switch out the window. Asking me for money for rent again? Takes your Switch. Ugh! It is weird, though, how, like, the double standards change over time. Like, you had boomers that were out at, like, Woodstock smoking weed and having orgies in mud to like metal bands and well, whatever bands back in the day, doing nothing for a week, and that was fine and normal for them. But like, you know, if you enjoy like in watching any sort of online entertainment or anything like that, or like whatever, eating avocado toast, like suddenly like this generation is like weak and corrupt and like no good at doing anything. My mom's a boomer. She's definitely one of the better ones, but man, that generation sucks. See what TikTokers do? I think the Grimace shake thing is really funny. I enjoy that brand of comedy. I think it's funny. Issue with the Grimace Shake is it forces a corpo product. Fuck corpos. I mean, you're right, but also it's still funny. You know, I mean, for all we know, it is like a viral marketing thing that was implemented by the McDonald's Corporation. And they'll never admit it, but it is. You're right. Very possible. We don't have anything else left, man. We should build a timeout cage that we hang from the ceiling for when our child is bad. Please do not tell Pineapple Princess that I said that. I think you should build a timeout cage for when you're bad, and then Pineapple Princess could put you in the cage. What's the Grimace Shake thing? Kids are buying the Grimace Shake, saying, "Happy birthday, Grimace!" Drinking the shake, generally being like, pretty good, and then immediately it hard cuts to them in some sort of dead or dying state, generally covered in remains of the shake. That's pretty funny. I don't know, I enjoy that brand of humor. You can call me whatever you want. The kids are alright. When's my TikTok shake? They don't have it here. They just have like the Hokkaido melon shake. And it's not have the same energy as the Grimace shake. Time your mom got so mad at you, she kicked you out of the car in the middle of traffic and drove away? See, that's like... That's deranged behavior. That's like... Call the state Child Protective Services like level of behavior. If there were cell phones nowadays, you would have been raised in some sort of a group home. Almost definitely. Hey, you made it. No, that's not what you did with the laptop, Smugfox. That wasn't kicking me out of a car into traffic. That was putting a curse on me and my family. That has still, like, the taint has still not left me. I need to send it to... It's like the Ring. I need to send the laptop to someone else so that it will spread to someone else. Only just now have things gotten better. It's waiting for me when I go home. Like, I'm worried, man. I broke so many things. The laptop was broken. The mini PC was broken. My camera was broken. I mean, it was over $1,000 worth of equipment. It's all right. There was a learning experience. Camera was repurposed. Yeah, that's right, as my thrusting machine. I need to get one of those Arnold mushroom dildos and attach it to the camera for it to fulfill its purpose. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like having a mom who also is a witch probably means she's pretty cool. I was not Linus Tech Tips? I don't know, man. Linus breaks stuff all the time. He's just rich, so it doesn't matter. Your mom paid for most of your college and you live rent-free at home right now, so I can't complain. She's got to make up to that till the day she dies, dude. Every time she complains like, hey, Mom, remember the time you kicked me into traffic? How come I talk about sex a lot? I don't know. It's funny, I guess. You need 2 sapphires, dude? That's messed up, man. She's awesome, but I don't want to drink the weird poultices she brews. Why not? What you got against the poultice, man? His armor needs 2 sapphires? Why? Why is this game like that? Yeah, I mean, I for the mini PC, I did repurpose the NVMe. I have not repurposed the memory. And the machine itself, when I get back, I might be able to get them to repair it. We'll find out. Find out when I get back. I didn't have really enough time. You're wondering where the Thrustmaster emote came from? That was taken during the Turbo arc of 2021? I can't even remember what year it was. Probably 2021. It's probably around June of 2021. You could see some sweat under my arms, so it was probably pretty warm in there that day. It's a pretty good emote. So I would like to make some max potions. I wonder if Turbo would be pogged out in this game. I think there's like, I don't know. I haven't done bowgun. I don't know if there's input buffering or not. I think my last direct interaction with Asterix Ampersand was me tweeting that emo at him and him calling me disgusting and then it actually breaking his brain. And he started, like, creating elaborate scenarios where I would die. Like, he started fantasizing about my death. Can you test Turbo in 3U so we know who's cheating? Nah, man, it's fine. Actually, I'm gonna keep using the Parasword and Shield. So I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna switch over to... I just want to make like 20 or so max potions. I think that'd be nice. SUV's AC went out. I mean, yeah, literally like the hottest... It was the hottest day out of the year the other day. So... That'd be terrible, man. To be out of a AC and a... Oh, no, no! Why am I here? Why would I do this? It was raining for us yesterday, so it wasn't hot. Oh, are you going to repair it yourself? Holy crap. You're a real Renaissance man, aren't you? That's crazy. The most that I was ever able to do, and I felt like an absolute genius doing it, was replacing some chip on like a little plug-in motherboard looking thing on an old car that controlled the headlights. And I fixed it, and no joke, like 2 months later, I got an email from the manufacturer, like a letter in the mail that said, oh, this part's going to break on you. We need to replace it in a recall. Like, you bastards. I guess they probably would have reimbursed it. It wasn't expensive. It was like a $20 part. But I'm assuming it would have been like a $200 to $300 repair if I took it to like an actual repair place. Played a Mahjong gacha game and pulled a character who's a screamer and she's really mad at you? That tracked. Remove the grill, supports, radiator condenser so you can replace the compressor. I'm sure that would be a very expensive repair. You had to pay someone to do it, but man, that sounds like it's almost worth it. When are we going to get a company that makes the equivalent of framework for vehicles? Where you just plug and play everything? $3,500 in parts and labor? Never mind then. Brother tried to replace headlights, he broke them? I've replaced headlights before. And taillights. I mean, that stuff is, depending on the car, not that bad. Although I do know some cars you gotta remove the bumper and stuff like that, and obviously that's gonna get problematic. Cars are expensive, never-ending manholes. I wish you didn't need one in the US, man. Replacing headlights in your Subaru was hell on wheels. Don't people like to work on their Subarus? Is that like not like a perk of a Subaru? So, bitter bugs, god bugs, dragon mushrooms. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We gotta upgrade some of these things. Did he leave? That son of a bitch? That son of a bitch Argosy captain left me. Oil filters that are surrounded by the exhaust manifold? Oh. Why would they do that? Okay, so I have everything I need. I just need the Argosy captain to get his ass back here. We'll just do a couple unupgraded oil farms until he gets back. Do like 3 of these. Oh, these guys are all back too. I could get my rare scarabs. Ooh, good call. I guess I'll sleep. this were modern Monster Hunter, there'd be some UI in place that would automatically send all those guys out and do anything, but I tell you, having to push all those little buttons makes me happy. What's the point of sleeping? It advances time. So, if you go to Moga Village, you see all this stuff? Like, it moves it ahead. What's the point of sleeping in real life? I wish I knew. What is it? Same thing as going on a quest, but having to go on a quest. I mean, it advances time. Sleeping also advances time. I think that's fine. Can you form memories? Body repairs itself? I don't know, it's weird. I watched a YouTube video about this guy that went and interviewed a dude in, I think, Vietnam, who says, like, he doesn't sleep. It's kind of an annoying video because, like, the guy that doesn't sleep goes to lay down, and then, like, as he's laying down, the YouTuber, like, walks up to him as he's sleeping. Hold on, I need to do this. And he's like, "Yo, are you sleeping? Are you sleeping?" And the guy that's laying down just goes like... And he just gets up and walks away. Just leave him alone, man. He's just rested his eyes. I hate YouTubers. I hate all content creators, myself included. You know, like, arrives in Vietnam, and he's like walking around. "Have you heard of the guy that doesn't sleep? I want to meet him." Welcome to Ohio, where's my blowy? Truly the words of our time. I mean, it's not what you post, it's how you post it. Somehow Mr. Beast has, like, complete and utter, like, mastery over that system. He's got, like, some podcast to claim, like, I could make any channel get up to millions of views. I guess you just gotta data mine his videos. I think it's for the most part, people just want to be entertained. Or at least given the promise of entertainment, even if they're not entertained. I remember seeing a video of this one guy in Japan. I think his name's like Paulo in Japan or something. He made a lot of really great videos. And then I remember he posted one video and it was like, "Me and my family had a terrible time on vacation." And it was like him and his wife and his kid going like, And then you click the video, and it's just like them at a resort having a great time. And you're like, dude, what happened, man? Thought you said everyone had a bad time. It seems like you're having a great time. Ohio is too low. I'll try and boost Ohio at some point. And you know what I'll do? If I can, I'll even try and get a clip of the actual line, "Welcome to Ohio, where's my blowy?" I'll see what I can do. Okay, I'll give you guys a 2-for-1. Can we get any rare scarabs? This game sucks. I'm trying to just get the Argosy back. Maybe Cha-Cha has one? He doesn't, and you know he doesn't. Four scarabs in one run, I'm happy for you. Unlucky, what's up, man? I don't know, I know we talk a lot about Monster Hunter and Endgame and stuff like that, and for a while we were having debates about, like, charms versus talismans, or whatever, talismans versus decorations. But I kind of think, like, this unhinged drop rate / crafting amount of materials to go really threads that balance of, like, being satisfying. Because it's ultimately, it's stuff you get from killing the monster. It's not some random piece of garbage that you have a random chance to get that has random good skills or bad skills. I guess the issue in modern Monster Hunter is, like, the armor just doesn't really matter. Have I mined out relic weapons yet? I have to have at least one. Does your perfect monster game look like? I think you would start with Monster Hunter Tri. See what it did right. Yeah, the only thing is I would mix in, like, some of the Sappy Culve stuff that you get from World, because I think that was a fun group activity. I think you'd have to be careful when you add in stuff like that to make sure that it's not discreetly massive upgrades over everything else to the point of making everything irrelevant. But I think that system was pretty fun for when you could get it. That was one rare scarab. You had the Gunner Charm Table? I think I've only played on Charm Table 10. I think a separate village and online is also pretty nice. Didn't 3U attempt to solve the whole cursed charm table thing and try? You've got it backwards, dude. 3U had the cursed tables. Try did not have cursed tables. Rise is Sunbreak's idea of sacrificing skills for more stronger skills? I don't know. I don't know that power creep is really... I mean, look, power creep is definitely popular. But I don't know that, like, mega power creep is really good game design. But I don't know, man. I think that's just where we are nowadays. Maybe there's nothing you can do about it. Guess we need to get a little bit more honey. I'd like to now. Did Rise final title update already dropped? I mean, the fact that you don't know is probably relevant to how decent the update was. So. They could have tried to go for more side grade than upgrade route, but that doesn't feel as good. I don't think necessarily title updates are a bad thing. It's just like the way that Sunbreak did them was like soul crushing. I think that's the issue. And certainly some of the skills were very questionable, like some of them were fine. Some of them were actually really neat. You know, I think Frostcraft in general is a neat skill in theory. Elemental conversion is a good skill in theory. It's only when you get into things like Berserk that it's like, what are you doing? Was there a point in Monster Hunter history where a new fight was the reward itself? Well, most of the older games, like, the content was already in the game when they released it. There were not title updates. It's just, you bought the game and you got the game. I know 3U gave you a reliable Savage Joe quest to farm through a title update, I believe, or through an event quest. Four is, I think, the first time that they started releasing stuff that was really you couldn't get otherwise. Like, they gave you a G rank version of Gore Magala. I don't know if we got anything discreetly new in Generations Ultimate. I feel like probably not. World was the first game where it was like, it launched without Devil Joe, and then the first title update was, okay, here's Devil Joe. It's just following that sort of living game model of like, we're going to keep giving you, we're going to balance this game around giving you something that is new and probably an upgrade every couple months to get your attention, to like keep dangling the carrot. And the issue with that is like, you either release something, it's not an upgrade, and like, or not enough of an upgrade, and you get a lot of people to say we don't care about it, or it is an upgrade, those people care about it, but now everything else that you did before then doesn't matter. There's no Joe in Rise. I'm talking about World. But there is no Joe in Rise. I think Gore Magala, G-Rank Gore Magala doesn't exist outside of DLC in 4U. Medals were event only? Oh, I don't remember that. Maybe. Title updates are most likely ready well before the game releases. All title updates are ready well before game releases? That's definitely not true. Iceborne definitely had work being done on it during its release cycle and development. Savage Joe and Lucen to bypass the HR grind? Just because there was a quest to bypass the HR grind doesn't mean they were on the game. I'm saying that before they released G-Rank Gore Magala in 4U, you couldn't make G-Rank Gore Magala stuff. What are you talking about? Yeah, you could bypass the HR grind. I was just saying in Portable Third they released Savage Joe to more reliably farm him. That's not the same thing. He's still in the game. But yeah, I mean, if that may be true, I don't know. It may be that the Metal Wraths were only event only in 4U. But 4U was doing all sorts of stuff with its title updates, so that makes sense. Kulftaroth? What the hell are you talking about Kulftaroth for? Wait, I didn't even get the bugs. Oh my god. What am I doing, dude? KT really did drop out of nowhere. They were in the base game during high rank, don't know about G rank, so it would be the same thing as Gormagala. There's no G rank Gormagala until they added the event quest. We still got a rare Scarab. I mean, Kolv and Safi are neat. Like I said, the only issue is making sure that you don't invalidate everything else anyone else has done. Safi did it best probably because, you know, you got to deal with your health getting sucked. I feel like that's a really good balance. For, like, making a powerful armor set. Yeah, the AT Kolv theme goes pretty hard, man. KT did it best because it was just weapons, and previous old raw weapons were still good. I mean, Base World was weird anyways, because non-elemental boost was like 10% for like a level 2 deco, and that was just insane. But yeah, I think the KT weapons were decent. And I think even the Safi weapons were like, you had to put a lot of work in to make the weapon better. Like, even more so than anything else. And I think that was okay. That was an okay way of balancing it. If we do nostalgia streams, you get everyone in the world to do Safi Kolv. We've done some nostalgia streams for Safi. Not like super recently, but definitely within the last couple months. Yeah, people usually get into it. On PC at least, it's not hard to find people that will at least fill up one party of 4. Which, if not, you know, 2 or 3 parties of 4. Helping other people doesn't feel as satisfying as Roller for you or any of the games. It's just like people don't need help in Rise. This is a single player game with the worst, longest grind. You need to do anti-nostalgia streams for base Rise to get people out of their Forsaken game ASAP. Hell no. I am not that charitable. You can't cancel farming in this game. That's really interesting. Sorry, I mean, you make that choice. If someone has made that choice to play Monster Hunter Rise at this point, I mean, that's their hell. They chose that. Funky pheromones. Where the hell are the funky pheromones? What? It's funny how Rise has less viewers than World. Unbelievable. I'm partially responsible for that. And I take pride in that. Am I dumb? How do you get funky pheromones? Is that something you get as like a hunt report thing? Killing Benabra in the Moged Woods? I could do that. What I say about a 1.0 run? I missed your original comment anyways. So now we're both screwed over. I didn't say anything about a 1.0 run. Yeah, ad purgatory. Yeah, we do 3 minutes of ads an hour. I don't know if that makes me an asshole or what. It disables the pre-rolls. I've done 1.0 runs. They're okay. Why would I ban someone? They just watched 3 minutes of ads and then came back for it. It's like an ideal non-subscriber viewer. Thank you. Thank you for indirectly sponsoring the stream. I don't know what they could even do. Fire cannon. Oh, it's already at max. That's weird. Insects. Funky pheromones. I mean, we'll just look for it. Is it like all bugs? I know you said Benabra. Does it work on like Aptonoth too? I mean, I don't mind if gunners are overpowered. Like, over time, my brain has kind of shifted to thinking of some weapons as kind of like having like almost like a inherent difficulty grading curve. And so I don't necessarily think about something as like being as like stronger or weaker. I just think about things whether they're harder or easier. Like hammer? Definitely an easier weapon to use. There's no question about it. Guys are having a good time. The modern balancing of bowguns I just can't get behind. I could see, especially for like 3rd gen and 4th gen, using bowgun because there's some really neat stuff to do with siege fire and heavy bowgun. Freedom Unite hit zones weren't that bad. You know, Boldrome has like an 80% thunder weakness or something in that game. Oh, Freedom Unite hitboxes? The Freedom Unite, even Monster Hunter 1 hitboxes aren't as bad as you remember. Like, yeah, Plesioth is pretty bad. But other than that, it's really not that bad. There's probably some bugs in 8, right? Is it the Jaguar breeding? This sucks. They're replacing all the bugs, man. The laundry list that you have to do for Gunlance in World is definitely bad. No question about that. I mean, the thing is in Monster Hunter 1, like, Lance is already really good. I don't think there's anything wrong with making a Lance or, like, a light bowgun to deal with Plesioth. That's reasonable. Go back to this. When you visit Noxel, if you want, we could hang out and play Strangers of Paradise together. We could take turns farming the Griffin. I got Shroom Germ. Yeah, I think the funky pheromones are only from the bugs. I'm eagerly anticipating how whatever cursed setup Noxel is going to have to play Exoprimal on. In the worst case scenario, he's going to be playing through the cloud on my iPad. But I think I could probably figure something out with like the Steam Deck. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get an extra Steam key and then install it on there. And then he could just play through his own Steam profile on the Steam Deck. Because I did notice you can switch profiles on there. Well, what if we just did... Okay, so we need this. Okay, so we need... Just so annoying. Because, like, you want to use, like, the upgrade, but... It's not upgraded. Let's do this. I mean, did I like Wo Long? I liked it well enough to play the DLC. Did the stream like Wo Long? I think it did slightly better than Diablo 4. I think it was marginally better viewership than Diablo 4. Which was better than Nano Divers, so I'll give it some credit. I didn't like Diablo 4. Not really. And, chat hated it even more. Chat did not like that game, bro. I can't blame them. You're doing basically the same thing the whole time. The only thing that's interesting is whenever a boss pops up, or you get a legendary, and the game wasn't dropping any legendaries. It's the #1 Nano Diver stream in all of Twitch. Feels good, man. I mean, I'll probably Diablo 4. I don't know. I mean, right now, like, I'm spending most of my days hanging out with Jen. But, like, when she's gone, there's nothing else to do. I'll probably play Diablo 4. It's not a terrible game. The Gabula Muruka. Ooh. But we're going for the Devil Jail upgrade now, I think. Stream in real life, coward? What, stream at, like, 1 or 2 p.m., which will be like 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Western Time, or 7 a.m. European Time. Maybe at night. But it's going to be a personal stream to you and Smugfox. I'm going to be going Goblin mode. Once Jen leaves, maybe even before you get here, I'm going to be sleeping probably from like noon until 8 p.m. And then maybe that'll work, because at least Europe will be awake. The Germans are sick. they're a little deranged. Stop catering to Europe. I try to cater to everyone. 10 p.m. for most people on the East Coast, like, they should be sleeping. If they've got work, if they've got like a normal job. Thanks for caring. I mean, I'm just trying to do something. It's partially in my own self-interest. It'll be the most viewers. Euro boys suck. No. You know what? And the Euro boys do suck. And you know why? It's because whenever I would go Goblin mode and stream super late, they'd be like, "Oh, you're still awake? It's 7 a.m. for me." Shut up, Europe. You know who never gives me a hard time? Latin America. Thank you, Latin America. Fuck you, Germany.
Hey, losers. Losers in chat.
literally, you know, the more I think about it, I've really reflected on it. I just, like, if I could, like, just geo-fence my stream to Central and Latin America, I'd just be, like, so happy. There's, like, the coolest people there. You want to know how to expand my Latin American viewership? Hit me with it. You know what? You say that, but I always thought Spanish was the easiest language to learn. Maybe I should. Download Fightcade, Blue... No, man. Monster Hunter is, like, mega popular in Latin America. For a while. And you know what? Maybe with Twitch basically getting rid of all their streaming restrictions, I was thinking I should make sure to restream to, like, Facebook and gaming. I know that's, like, so stupid. But, like, there's a lot of Brazilians that want to watch Monster Hunter content. Super popular there. I can learn Brazilian, Portuguese, and Spanish. Dude, Noxella, I have King of Fighter 98. If you want, we can play... I'll play King of Fighter with you, dude. I love King of Fighter. I don't know if I'm any good at it. How substantially different is Brazilian Portuguese from, like, Portuguese? You play Street Fighter 6? No. A lot? Would you seriously, like, need to learn, like, another language? Like, is it basically a different language at that point? No, that's crazy. Can you take classes for Brazilian Portuguese? Or just, like, you just gotta, like, learn it? People from Portugal so far as to say Brazilian Portuguese isn't real Portuguese. I'll fart in their mouth, okay? I will hold them down, pry their mouth open, lower my ass over it, and fart right into it. Don't you mess with my Brazilian buds like that. What? Why do people always act like I'm like a strange little guy? People from France say the same thing about your local French. I'll do that to the French too. We'll do a double dose. With the fart CPR? Okay. So there's this terrible, terrible opening scene in Midsommar. It's a horror movie. It came out a couple years ago. I won't get into the specifics, but it involves somebody connecting an exhaust from a car to someone's mouth. And that's what I'm going to do to the Portuguese and the French. I'm going to connect and duct tape an exhaust hose to my butthole into their mouths and just let loose. That's what they deserve. Do not disrespect my audience. I like I'm trying to like defend it, and like probably most of the people are like, Shepard, please don't do that. Please don't do that for me. I didn't ask for this. It's okay, just let it go. And I'm like, no, I will fart in their mouth. Ah! Can't be a Facebook stream. Serial killer, what are you doing? It's like, you know, streamer, you can maybe just resolve your differences with words and be like, hey, just be accepting of worldwide dialects. No, I will get my ass in their mouth. And there's nothing they could do about it. Like connecting with my German audience for. Ooh. Now I don't feel bad as a German. He's accepting us more. You get the zeal for audience, maybe not my methods with the zeals. It's like the never-ending debate of ends to the means or means to the ends. My heart's in the right place. It really is, okay. I fart because I care. Ends to the mouth. I'm not crazy. Don't tell anyone I'm crazy. Please. I'm not. Most of you, like, here's the thing. I really believe most of you feel the same way. You're just afraid to talk about it. Like, in my mind, like, in my brain, I feel like that's normal. And people are just like, oh, I'm just like, you're just a little shy. You're just a shy little guy. You're shy. You're just shy to let loose. It's okay. I'll say what you really feel. Dude, I love the Saw movies. Europe maybe has been too comfortable for too long. I should connect the tubes to the Germans, the Portuguese, and the French. And I know right now, like, albino donkeys, like, fist pumping, like, yeah! That's my streamer! Fart in their mouths! Okay, hold on. No, I'm not weird, though. No! I'm not, like, cutting out poop holes and hammocks, okay? I'm not, like, a weird poop guy. You're never gonna find me in a weird poop guy sort of situation. Okay, that's my promise to you. Well, I did try and jump fart on a kid's head in middle school, and I pooped my pants. But outside of that, you'll never find me in a new, like, I mean, this is my promise to you. This is my promise to you from now on. There will be no weird poop things that happen. For a long time, there was a lot of hot air coming out of your mouth, saying, those are not real languages. Well, now, there will be hot air coming out of my ass into your mouth. How did John McAfee die? Didn't he die? It wasn't like hammock related, was it? He died in jail? You know what though? He was definitely crazy. But I could kind of believe him if he said if I died in jail, like, I didn't commit suicide. Like, he probably made a lot of enemies. Like, a lot of enemies. So, like, I wouldn't believe anything else he said, but I would believe him about that. Do I have a lot of enemies? You know, more than I really should. As an internet clown, I shouldn't have any enemies, but, you know. You're making German enemies today? Dude, that's fine. They started it. Okay. My biggest enemy is Rage Gaming? I wouldn't consider them an enemy. Monster Speedrun Turbo controller runners hate him? Oh, what are you gonna do? You enjoy the stream nonetheless? It's just like, it's just been a really bad run. Like, you gotta see it from my perspective. Like, it's been like several months, and it's like every time I ban someone, they message me. And like, literally the ban on appeal is like, sorry, I'm German. Beef streaming, Moss was never my enemy. To call him my enemy would like imply that we're anywhere even close to the same level. He was always superior. So why don't you explain it, Germany? Like, what is he, like, what is going on in like the German life, like the German household where it's like, I'm sorry, I'm broken. I'm a broken human being. And like, I wouldn't get mad, but like, I just think of like the German healthcare, the German food, the German beer, the German highways. And like, what's so wrong in your life? Huh? I'm going to do the Saw equivalent. I'm going to trap you in a vehicle and make you drive from Boston to New York City at 3 p.m. And then you got to go to the center of Manhattan, and then you have to leave Manhattan. I will still, you want something to cry about? I'll give you something to cry about. You'll be begging. You'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry I was rude on Twitch. I'll never be mean again. Get me out of this road. I'll be like, no. Now you gotta drive around the Washington, D.C. Beltway at 5 p.m. on a Friday. Motherfucker. You think you're cool? You want to know hell? I'll show you what hell's like. I'll give you something to grovel about. Visit France and rent a car to drive to the Arc de Triomphe. I bet you it's still not as bad as any of those situations. I'm going to make you do a loop of all of the on-ramps and exits in Los Angeles until you make it to the airport, and then make you go backwards and do it again. What now? Untold suffering, dude. Go on your Autobahn, you can go 90 miles an hour, no traffic. We have to have the worst highways in the world. You know, sometimes I just, whenever I get in like a high elevation in Osaka, I just stare at the highways and I just marvel at how little traffic there is on them. I know you guys believe that because, like, that's very on brand for me, but that's what I do. I'm like, wow, that's amazing, man. Even, like, the major city streets, like, you almost never see, like, too many cars on them at one time. I could stream that. I should stream that. That'd be good stream content. Like, just me crying, like, unconsolable as I watch the beauty of, like, a well-planned public transportation system working to alleviate highway congestion. the most salient, most recent memory I have of a highway in the United States was me on an off ramp to get onto a road, and a woman trying to pass around me, going into like the oncoming traffic just to get around me as I was parked. Not parked, but you know, waiting to turn safely. That's what I got going on. What do you got going on? Germans cranky. They haven't gotten their favorite scat porn updated in the last 2 weeks. Sorry. Go watch some reruns. it's PG-13. There's always reruns. State deputy, dude. I called the chief engineer in my state, man. I was like, I want to see the receipts. I want to see the receipts for the $21 billion. And they were all very confused. I'm like, it's the front page of the news, buddy. It's right here. Like tapping the paper. It's right here. It was not a video call. I want the paper trail, man. There isn't a twit longer big enough to detail the last hour of this. I'm trying to get max potions. That's all this is. Scat is the R-rated version of what I said about farting in people's mouths. It's parts with bonus content. My suffering from Shigu poisoning never felt better. I was tapping on the paper, they couldn't see it. They knew what I was talking about. If I was like full aluminum hat, like crazy, it was only like a month after that the... It was like maybe 2 months after that the lockdown started to happen. And I'm not saying that the COVID-19 pandemic was caused by the Connecticut State Engineers Department to deflect explaining their highway spending, but you know what? I wouldn't put it past them. Anything's possible. Go to the state armory, break out the influenza reserves that they kept in there that they've been testing on. Uh-huh. I'm not the crazy one here. Okay, hold on. I might have said a couple eccentric things, but I'm the normal one here. I wonder if that's an emote somewhere. Capopium. Normal is getting upset at things that deserve to be getting upset about. You still remember the flying car clip? I literally detailed flying cars. I showed a picture of a flying car, and somebody came in the stream and said flying cars aren't real. How do you explain that? You know, they just... Apparently, the FTC just, like, created approval for a flying car. It's going to cost, like, $300,000. So, checkmate again. Atheists. You don't fart in Portuguese people's mouths, Shepard? Yeah, and okay, so that's the difference between me and you. To you, you think I'm crazy. From my perspective, I think you're crazy for not farting in their mouths. Try that. They have free health care. If they get sick, they can just go to the doctor. I'm so glad Jenna's asleep for this. She's afraid to open her eyes. Maybe she thinks it's a nightmare. About goddamn time. Don't, did that son of a bitch leave? Oh, you asshole. Why did you leave? I can be here like forever, dude. It's okay. Once I do it once, I never have to do it again. Like running out of points. Is this fart story? Is this something I got a fetish? You want to bring your whole audience? Found the German. You know you did. Okay, that almost sounded particularly unhinged. You know your heart, you deserve it. Like I'm expecting you to be like, you know, streamer, you're right. You should connect an exhaust hose to your ass to my mouth and fart through it. That's the best part about Central and Latin America, is they don't question it. They just laugh. I guess they're not the ones getting farted in their mouth, though. So it's probably like, it's not as scary. Oh, he's back. Came back right away. Oh, wait, what do I need? I don't need him here. So I get banned from Japanese net cafes? Makes me sad, dude. My life would have been a lot easier. I mean, although they did fix the internet here. Like, I'm on it now. I don't think it's going to last for long, but it's working right now. Sure, the neats inside this cafes are far more nasty. I mean, it's some pretty big screens for porn, man. Have you been clipping this stream? I feel like I should maybe be a little nervous about that. I should maybe said some things I shouldn't have said. Oh. Whatever. What are you gonna do? Why? Takedown video is going to be a long one, but the thing is like, I deserve it. Like, I'm waiting for it, and like, I'm not going to be like, oh no, my life is ruined. I'm going to say like, it's about goddamn time. You've had it too good for too long. That's what I'll say. Thank God. Alright, can I... Everything's ready. People are stern to discover that I'm Sorrow, not Saturday on Street Fighter. I'm not stern. I think it's great, dude. I'm proud of you. I have no idea what that sentence means, but like I'm into it, man. Let's go online. Or at least we're ready. Okay. It's been 2 hours. If I sandbagged this goddamn stream for 2 hours. I don't know if I sandbagged it. I just disassociate and say some Twitter cancelable stuff. It lessens the pain when you don't get early access, when you realize that you're probably on a number of, like, do not promote this man lists. Server's been a little pokey. There we go. Is somebody waiting for me to join? I like the upside down question mark, and I would use it more in my everyday life if it was on my normal keyboard. Very Latin American to me. I'm going to start leaning into appealing to the Latin American market. I like them, and they deserve it. We like you too? You know, I don't know why it's taken me so long to come to this realization. I guess if there's one thing I could thank the Germans for, it's that. I mean, Spanish, you know, the end of the sentences can be like a little hard. You know what I mean? The ending things. But I think I could probably figure it out. Like I was trying to study a little bit of Italian when I was in Italy. And like that stuff gets a little confusing. Yeah, like the ending punctuation. But you know what? Like most things, I'm sure if you're visiting, if you get the right verb and the right noun, like people are going to know what you're talking about. Like it's going to be a little messed up, but like you'll be able to get by. Ooh, I found him. Yeah, bro, you're so close to Elatrion. Back to German lurking mode. Good hunt, streamer. Thanks, man. Trying to cook something up, it's so hard. I'm sure, man. Yeah, I don't know if I could become quadlingual in English and Japanese and Spanish and Brazilian Portuguese. But you know what? Maybe I can learn a little bit. You should switch to try section because people are actually playing the game again. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I do kind of park myself in the Monster Hunter World category. I kind of, like, claimed it. I kind of, like, lifted up my leg and squirted out through my scent glands. Hold on, let me see if I can find that picture. I'm going to show you, I want to demonstrate to you what I did to the Monster Hunter World category. Oh, it should be around. Here we go. So imagine this microphone is the Monster Hunter World category. This is me. This is me marking it and saying, this is mine now. I've marked it. This is my territory. You can try and contest me for it. Hold on, I need to do one more thing. Just while I'm here. There we go. There we go. Now it's perfect. Oh, man. I see. Am I trying to start beef with Kanta? No. Kanta's among one of the nicest people I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. But he knows what the common decorum is like. Still a Kanta sub. Hey. Where I typically top my Monster World category when it's fresh? Nope. We started streaming, we were streaming on YouTube when World came out. I was probably at the top of whatever internal rankings were at YouTube. I mean, there's definitely been many times when I was at the top of the World category throughout the years. Obviously now, but I was probably close to the top, if not at the top, during Iceborne, if that is relevant. I think they'll add Vega to Street Fighter. Yeah, maybe next year. I don't know, ask Noxella, he'll probably know. Oh, so we got a new Switch Axe. Let's use that. That's cool, right? Switch Axe is cool. It's been a while. You know, I was poking around the other day on Lucky. It was like maybe a month or two ago. And I did notice somewhere that you can make like a request to be put on the front page. I should probably do that. I should just spam that until they put me on there. Like baby rage until they put me on the front page. You can't do that anymore? Well, yes. Never mind then. Lost the opportunity. Thanks, Twitch. Isn't that a pay-pig thing for viewers? No, it's like an old, like, partner request thing. Yeah, like, you know, it's like, consider it maybe like a legacy system. Like, at one point, people would have, like, partner reps. Nowadays, everyone that I talk to, unless, like, you're, like, 0.0001%, you do not have a partner rep anymore. Like, even very large streamers now, you'd be surprised, don't have, like, a direct contact at Twitch anymore. They just got rid of them. Hang on. Oops. Sorry. I feel like we could probably get... You want Barioth or Uragon? Well, Barioth sounds a lot better than Uragon. I don't mind Uragon, but I almost feel like we should get, like, poison weapons for Uragon. He's so hard, man. I got Poison Sword and Shield. Would probably be really good on him. I'm just trying to see if I should upgrade this or not. 5 attack, 2 expert. I mean, I should definitely be able to get expert plus 2. The question is do I care? I don't think I really care. Oh, there's Exchanger. I don't really know what this makes. I'm assuming I'll get, like, health. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess... I mean, when I look at it, I do have a water weapon. I take it back. Let's do Uragon. It's not going to be significant, but it's better than nothing. If you got the double Uragon, we'll do that one. Did I get Pyro as well? No. Oh, it's Godbug. As long as you're not going full, like, degen, I want to carry around, like, 5 combines for max potions constantly, and you just want to have 2 max potions just to, like, top up your health, it's really not that bad. It's only in the modern games where we've decided, like, oh, I guess I'll just heal with max potions all the time, that it's like, if you're going to try and maintain that, that's the challenge. That looks pretty good, right? That doesn't look bad. That looks good enough. Probably going to take a few. Well, if you want to get that ruby, man, I mean, this is... The ruby really helps. That gets you the chest or the arms? I think it gives you the chest. It is funny how, like, the low-rank gear takes a lot more effort, but in some cases it actually ends up being the better armor piece in this game. I really like that. Less skills, but stronger of the skills you want. Uragon, of all things, is a unique rare drop. He should be a big deal, man. I mean, he's a big, strong monster. Did I actually do that? I don't know. Big gold crown. Does he look pretty big? Oh, yeah, he's pretty big, isn't he? He's pretty large when you look at him. Oh my god. Am I actually a god? How am I evading things? Not anymore. I guess I disabled my cheats. I like Triuragon because after breaking his chin, that's your only reward, is he has a broken chin. He doesn't get a better hit zone. So he just stays, like, super difficult the whole time. Should have removed tremors? That's really neat. I've never considered that before. That's kind of cool. Hate the turnaround roll? Yeah, it's pretty bad. I like that. I like it whenever you break a monster's part and it changes the fight in some way to make it easier. And that's a really neat idea. Imagine like breaking or cutting off the tail would stop him from dropping his little bombs. That makes sense to me too. I think a lot of people that started with World don't like and have zero respect for Uragon. And I mean, I get it, man. He didn't really have very good armor pieces at all, especially not in base World. It was like, what was it, like the 3-piece was like guard up. Didn't even have like any artillery or anything. I don't think it had anything good on it. His weapons were not great. They were min-maxed for, like, Lavazioth, and that was pretty much it. Uragon Waste was good for Partbreaker. I mean, I guess there are worse skills to have than Partbreaker. Wanted to look huge. Fashion-wise, it was great. At least for male characters. I don't know why every armor set tries to be sexy sometimes for women in Monster Hunter. It's like, it's okay just to make the women huge too, you know. Oh, shoot. Oh, god damn it. I just rolled into that. I was trying to go to the side. Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. Oh, no. Yeah, I have no excuse. I mean, I literally just rolled into it. Just like, went like... I mean, we're gonna... I have faith. I do have faith in us to do it. The defense is probably not helping, because, like, I haven't really upgraded it all that much. I mean, I admit, me doing paralysis on Barioth would probably be a lot more effective. I really should look at my weapon upgrade options. Like, I think, like, Rathalos Sword and Shield. I didn't steal all the camp potions. I took 6. I think you really want poison for Uragon. Like, I know he's weak to water, but I think in this game, like, poison's insanely effective on him. Especially online with his, like, defense modifier, probably. Poison's probably insane. Can we eat him? mean, there's probably parts of him that are edible. When he is whole, I mean, you probably break your teeth on his face. But, like, I don't know. His leg meat's probably pretty soft. You know, in the code in Japanese, they refer to the hit zones as meat. I think that's kind of interesting. Ate so many hot dogs yesterday that your mom had to cut you off. Dude, that's amazing. I'm proud of you. Oh, he's probably a little gritty, yeah. Little scary. The big ones that don't fit in the regular size buns, the footlongs? Mmm. I'm a hot dog enjoyer. I like it with sweet relish. I like it with a lot of things, but I think sweet relish is my favorite hot dog topping. You'll eat the lava fish? I think a lot of people would appreciate it if you ate all of the lava fish. At least the ones from World. I don't think the ones from older gens are all that bad. Get Japanese hot dogs, not corn dogs? I haven't gotten any yet. I was at USJ and I was down to get hot dogs on a stick for food, and Jen said, I do not want to eat a hot dog on a stick. I'll be honest with you, that was a really tense time in our relationship. But maybe when we go Noxella, we can get some hot dogs on a stick. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why did that do so much damage? Am I dead now? I mean, the reality is, Noxella, is I'm going to try and bring egg salad sandwiches into USJ. I don't care if it's 100 degrees outside and those things are, like, boiling by the time I eat them. I do not want to pay USJ food prices. It's not worth it. Too expensive, man. They think they're way cooler than they are. You are not Disney. You do not get to charge more than Disney. Corn dogs in a stick are cheaper. Dude, you can get 2 or 3 corn dogs for every one egg salad sandwich. How expensive? It's probably the most expensive meal per calorie that I've had here yet. I mean, I guess the only thing that came close is probably the Wagyu I got last night. It was like a Snoopy set meal was like 1,500 yen, which gave you like a very tiny cheeseburger, an order of fries, and like a child-sized drink. It came in a cute Snoopy box. Got a little sneaky hit off there. This probably shouldn't have done that though. Bad idea. I mean, I felt like Disney had pretty reasonable prices. Admission-wise and food-wise. I mean, especially for Disney. I'm getting better at this evasion thing. I saw a dinging. Oh, is this for a pitfall? Ooh, he's gonna get you, man. How did he not get you? Do we want to break the chin? I guess we probably could. Give it a shot. What the hell? Huh. Okay, I guess he was close. Weird. I went way faster than expected. It's no problem at all, man. I think I did some damage. I mean, my weapon's not fully upgraded, but it is the CDO switch axe. Is it dagger? I'm getting seriously offended here. I might look like a bald baby when I shave my head really close, but I'm not a bald baby. I'm not a baby. Some of you might have been babies when this game was released, though. This game was released 14 years ago. No. 12 to 13 years ago. That enjoys the German glizzies straight from the exhaust. Reverse order, but yeah, I mean, I guess you never know. 2009 baby, you are not 14. If you are 14 years old, please don't tell me that. I do not want to know. Freak me out, man. I had somebody, it was like the worst bit. I had somebody that was in the stream once and is like, I'm 17, I'm in high school. And it was like psychically hurting me. Like, I don't want to know that. It's not that you're not welcome in the stream. You're welcome in the stream. I just don't want to know it. Oh, 2009? 2009 it came out in Japan, I think. I'm 19. I don't want to know that. A, I don't know if I believe you. And B, if it's true like that. It causes me some amount of pain. Why is that? You know what? I'm happy. Yeah, I take it back. I'm glad they're here. Does it make me feel old? I don't know, man. I don't have them. Carlos looks pretty cool. I like your armor set, man. Pretty good set. Do you actually, like, keep that adrenaline running on you? Uncle stream? OG Son streamer? You were 31 when Try came out? You know, it's not like when you get older you necessarily, like, start acting older. If anything, I've probably regressed. We can see that. Thanks. Got to keep that kid energy. And take that feeling of just not caring and embrace it. I'm still in the larval stage. Ooh, that'd be so nice. Imagine going into a cocoon and dissolving into, like, genetic goop and then reforming again. Which monsters from Monster Hunter Frontier made it to the mainline series of games? Hypnopatrice did. Hypnocatrice? Hypnot got all sorts of subspecies in Frontier. You sure I want to reform? Could I just stay the goop? And like, you know, Noxella arrives in Japan. I was just like a big cocoon, and he goes to high five me, and he bursts it, and my goop goes in the ground. And he's like, "Oh no, Shepard's just goo on the ground. What am I gonna do?" What a pickle I've gotten myself in. He's like trying to pick me up and reform me into a bald baby shape. He sweep me into the drain. Please don't do that. There was a TV show on Nickelodeon. Mega Boomer Show. I think it was called Alex Mack. And she got exposed to some weird science or like alien technology. And I'm pretty sure her only power was like melting into goo. She might have had another... She might have had like another power. But all I could really remember is the goo. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? The goo girl? It's this game. Sorry, Try introduced underwater combat. Like the solution was pretty much always whenever there was a problem, I gotta turn into goo and go under a door. I don't think it was a popular show. I don't think it got more than one season. I should probably look it up. Imagine being that girl's agent and being like, alright, so here's the thing. 90% of the show is going to be about you and what you do as a teenager. And the other 10%, we're going to turn you into a puddle. I bet you the character in Superhero High School is based off of Alex Mack. That sounds like a question from the Monster Hunter Wiki, Admiral Sorrow, and I don't acknowledge that. Oh, shoot. What is the Barrios Switch X? I'm assuming it's elemental file. Oh, we broke the tail. I wish DMCA wasn't a thing. I'd love to sit around and watch a season of Alex Mack with Chad. I don't think anyone would stick around for it. But I'm just like morbidly curious. Now I can't get the show out of my brain. What did she do? What was the major plot point? I don't know. Morning Kikoto, Ola. Oh, shoot. Oh my god, I almost died. Sponsor a watch along for all of season 4 of The Boys. Oh, it's probably going to get another season, isn't it? That's great. I wonder if I could watch that Tales of an Osaka Love Thief documentary on stream. It's on YouTube. You met Larissa Olnick? That name sounds super familiar. H.R. Oregon? That's him, man. I should probably heal. I will die if I take another hit. I don't remember that show, Kaiser, and I think this might be like a trick in order for me to reveal my age. That was a big thing in like the 90s and kind of 2000s. Like there's a lot of media about like, oh, I'm an animal now. I guess it was before furries, so people just had to be like, oh, rather than being like a large fur person, I will instead have to be an actual animal when like resolving their inner feelings. I think I remember Inside Out Boy. Holy crap, this Uragon got destroyed. It almost doesn't seem fair. I don't know if any of his weapons are worth making. Armor is definitely good for status gunning. I remember that much. That's funny. He actually can be shot while he's up on that little hill. I'm assuming he can't die. Hammer is huge raw. You probably need sharpness +1 for it, right? If you want to get blue. I feel like Joe and purple sharpness is just too powerful, though. Like, if you're in high rank, for most weapons, it's just like, Devil Joe's got a weapon. That's probably it. Think I'll do the challenge again? I've got good news for you. We definitely did another run in 2022. So, I think I've done a total of 3 all-credit challenges. So you're in for a treat. It's not even just that purple in high rank is bonkers. It's like purple in this game is like 1.5. It's actually insane. But to answer your question properly, yeah, we'll be doing more all credit runs in the future. It says how long ago Alex Mack was. I'm clicking the link. Well, hold on, it's an Instagram link. Can I even click on that without like logging in? It's tweaking out on me, man. I look at Discord? I don't normally look at Discord when I'm streaming. I take my streaming very seriously, thank you very much. Wonder why they nerfed purple? It was probably just too powerful. I mean, and it kind of is. When it's that powerful, why would you run anything else? Speaking of, I should keep looking. Ooh! Actually, this is fun. No. Wait. Bounce with green, or you bounce with... Bounce green? Look at... Could almost make that great sword. I don't think there's anything else I need. That's the majority of it. It's nice we got a great sword. I really hope I get the thing. I'd love to have a great sword. You off to bed? Is it that late already? 7 p.m.? $7 p.m. on the East Coast. Joe Switch X isn't even hit purple? Well, you're looking at 3U, right? Took medication? Well, fair enough. Get some good sleep. There's no Joe Switch X, I think, in try. I believe there's an Elatrion Switch X. Yeah, but Elatrion Switch X doesn't get Power File. Anything weak to Dragon, it's probably good on. Or, if you just love Axe Mode, it could theoretically be better than Sedeus. Purple Lance? There's both a Joe and a Elatrion Lance. They probably both get purple. Yeah, it just depends on how much sword mode you use. I'm kind of like axe pilled recently, so I don't know necessarily that I would use the Sedeus all the time. But even still, like, Sedeus still has more raw than Elatrion, so it kind of balances out a little bit. I like the axe mode. Axes for cutting tails. The chop does okay damage. It's not amazing, but it's not like terrible. I will not hear this axe slander in this stream. What's the ancient tower supposedly made out of? You're like probably about 10 more Wikipedia pages away before you start writing like 20-page fan theories on Reddit. And like, it doesn't bother me, but I'm just like, I'm saying it out of concern for you and the people around you. Like, don't stop now. Like, you're about like 2 more questions away before you start asking me about equal dragon weapons. I mean, alright. Let's... Obviously, Monster Hunter, in a game where your clothing and weapons are made out of monsters, I could see them using some Kushala materials in the construction of the Ancient Tower. The issue is I feel like everybody, like, thinks, like, the Ancient Tower is made up of, like, Jenga'd Kushala bodies. Like, there's, like, 100,000 Kushalas stacked up into the sky. I'm sure there's some monster materials that went into the making of it. Prove it isn't. I can't wait for somebody to take this screenshot and be like, try to connect the dots between all the windows and be like, those are all eyes, and that's the mouth of the real ancient dragon weapon. And people lived in it. But, I mean, my thing is like, just like all good fiction, if you want to read into something, your headcanon is probably a lot cooler than anything they could come up with. Your internal fiction will always make more sense than whatever the author comes up with. I mean, Guiding Lands was amazing. I love that. The dawning realization of where the hell you are. That was cool. There's actually areas in Sicily that are kind of like that. And when you ask the locals, they're conflicted on whether or not people used to live in them or whether they buried bodies in them. You get both answers, so I'm assuming it's both. Are all VODs saved? Twitch deletes VODs after like 90 days unless you save them specifically. I have some of the VODs saved on Twitch. Otherwise, you want to go to the archive. !archive on YouTube and look there. If it's older than 90 days. There's some stuff on the Twitch VODs that aren't anywhere else. Like, there's some Frontier content that's only there. I know for sure. We lost some stuff to the great DMCA purge, unfortunately. Twitch VODs are real bad. If you're not subscribed and you're on Twitch VODs, like, try and run ad block. That's, like, is not good. Dragonblight doesn't cancel your weapon element status in try. It reduces your affinity. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't have any dung bombs. That's bad. I think it's like 15 and then 25% for small and large, but I don't know that I know the exact number off the top of my head. Should have stayed that way. Anything to get rid of critlets, man. I mean, it's like Ichinose, I think, made that change. Just further proving he's a critlet. Literally going out of his way to punish status and element. Go for the face, man. Need that face break, dude. That's for the subquest. We're good. That's for the Jaggies. Maybe it'll say it here. Nope. That's big Dragonblight. Oh, my dragon resistance is real low too. Not even good. I keep trying to roll through the dragon breath and like I was doing a great job. And now I'm doing a terrible job. Well, small versus large are different amounts, Bernard. But like I said, I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head. And it doesn't seem like it shows directly in your status screen, so like you'd have to do some testing. It was definitely a great monster. It would have been neat to see what they did with him in Rise if they added him to it. But at the end of the day, it still would have just been Joe in Monster Hunter Rise. This is so sad. I need the fangs! Keep going for the tail. I don't care about the tail. Basil felt like a discount, Joe? What? I mean, Basil was an invader like Joe, but... discount? He was definitely really, really annoying in any investigation that he showed up in. Compared to Joe, who's usually like a lot of fun. It's weird to call him like a discount Joe, though. Found the 2022 run? Yeah, I think that's the most recent one. After that, Sunbreak came out, and I'm not going to call it depression, but let's just say we go through an emotional roller coaster. And the next all credits run would have to include Sunbreak. I mean, he really would. Like, as soon as a monster made any noise, Basil would just, like, dive bomb in. And that was a bit too much. Like, there should have been, like, a little bit of a randomization to, like, when he would show up. Streamer lobby in City 25. I like that that's a thing now. No! I don't think I can get out. I think I'm dead. Well, they might flinch him. I see Albino, like, sleeping him. Oh, maybe I get out. How much defense so far? I am at 230. Helios should be pretty good if you upgrade it. I mean, I feel like if you're doing low rank stuff, you should probably at least use a low rank weapon. That's the face. You might actually be able to get a pair in this pitfall trap. Yeah, I guess it depends on the weapon. Like, if you're using, like, high-rank Gobel, like, that's barely an upgrade. It's certainly a lot different than, like, using, like, Sharpness +1 Devil Joe or Sharpness +1 Elatrion. If you think about it, they would have to completely change the way the game works for Pekko to work in Sunbreak or Rise. Yeah, I feel like Gobel stuff might be fair. To Elatrion, we're in high rank. We're fighting Devil Joe. They should probably not be using Sharpness +1 Elatrion weapons, but we've definitely fought this guy with only early high-ranked weapons before. It's different than fighting your low-ranked Legiacris Urgent. Not being carried, how dare you. I'm pretty sure Albino and I have duoed the quest. I mean, I've probably killed him like 5 or 6 times. Oh god, thanks, Jaggies. I mean, I think it would just be impossible unlucky. It would be impossible to have Kuro Pekko. Because every time he would summon something, he would just be owning himself. Like, oh, Pekko showed up. Pekko summoned a, you know, Devil Joe. Oh, I ran the Devil Joe into the Pekko and I killed it. How is this guy not? That's what it's at. Man, Stories and Stories 2 to all credit run? Absolutely not. Stories is an okay game, but there's no easy way to play it. I guess you can try and emulate it. Stories 2 is not as good as Stories 1. Just joking? I don't believe you, but it's okay. I forgive you. Yeah, no, Stories 2 is a worse game. Stories 2 is a game that was, again, affected by developers listening to players that are complaining about the wrong things. I don't even know why they got rid of Elemental Fusions in Stories 2, but I do know that them changing the way monster attacks are displayed and countered is possibly the most boring thing you can do in an RPG. Why kill Joe in this quest? Because I don't have his other quest. So I have to kill him in this quest. You know, people like rage crapping their pants like, oh, I don't know what the monster's going to do. Do you ever know what the monster's going to do in most RPGs or other games? Sometimes if they're charging up a strong attack, you'll know you got to defend. Yeah, I guess in some games, you know, enemies will announce if they're going to do a certain move or have a fixed pattern, but usually in RPGs, there's like a little bit of a randomness to what monsters do. Makes it so it's not boring because you can't 100% predict what they're going to do all the time. And like in Stories 1, like monsters still definitely had a preference. There was definitely like some light patterns. It just wasn't 100%. Like you'd actually take a hit sometimes. It's just so bad, man. I enjoyed Stories 2. I thought it was a fine game. You know, I beat the bonus content like 3 times or something like that. It was fine, but Stories 1 is a better game. You burnt out hard in the end game? Like, were you doing PvP stuff, or were you just trying to beat the game? Like, through all the clears? I don't remember it being that bad. Just got bored, didn't go back. Fair enough. Stories 1 on Play Store, but never finished that game. They made some of the mini-games easier. I like the way they did the mini-games on the 3DS. I thought that was kind of fun. I think I got the thing. Minus the death threat I got. Woo! Man, Pokemon games really bring out the weirdos. Stories especially brings out some real weirdos, and I don't know what it is. But yeah, that's it's not like I'd forgotten about that, but I wasn't gonna bring it up. But yeah. Woo! I don't know what that is. There was a death. Oh yeah. Some dude just kept spoiling everything, and then I timed him out. And then he sent a death threat, and I had to ban him and report him. Upgrade. Oh no, I think it's got to be a forge, right? There we go. Ooh, that's expensive. Well. Fair enough. Just trying to enjoy the playthrough. I mean, it's really tough, man. You pretty much just got to be like either okay with spoilers or just not play the game on Twitch. The sad part is like most 2 gems, yeah. Most viewers on Twitch are like, they say they want new content, but when you stream new content, they don't actually want to watch new content. They want to watch old content. And as a streamer, you'd like to stream new content, but that's when you get like sack beaters and spoilers. So it's like people don't want to watch it, and you don't want to stream it. So it's like the push-pull away from doing new content. And then like the real hardcore variety streamers end up having to play like 4 or 5 new games every stream to keep their ADD riddled audience engaged with new stuff. We might just use the Insidious anyways, though. Just for, like, the water damage. So there's always a curse. There's never, you know, there's not one answer that solves everything. This quest is going to be ass. Okay. Bring some bombs. This is some pretty cracked out armor, man. What is that? Earplugs? +1. It looks like a lot of effort went into that. Neat. Yeah, I mean, that looks fine. Is that a god talisman? How can you tell? I don't think it'd be... I mean, it's okay. I mean, they've only got attack up medium and sharpness +1 with high-grade earplugs. Attack 6? I mean, attack 6 is good, but, like, it's not that good. You know? Like, I got attack 5 in low rank. It's good. It's really good for low rank, but it's like, it's not that good. Look up best rolls. I don't know if there's any English resources on the possible talisman rolls. I guess there might be. I know somebody coded an ass for try. I feel like that knowledge is probably limited to, oh no, do we have it? Alright, he knows. Attack 7-2 slot. Woo! Is the way to farm talismans in the low rank? Oh yeah, you can get them as early as the Tundra. Attack 7-2 slot. So that would be 10 attack. That's crazy, man. Just from the one talisman, you get attack small. I think the table that you were on switched every time you went to the main menu. I think there were technically tables in this game, but it just reset often enough. Cool. Should have drank this ahead of time. I mean, it was really... I mean, 3 Ultimate is like the only game that has that issue. And it was just a bug. Just a bug in development. I think quasi similar to Sunbreak, an interesting thing could have been to like be able to choose your table. Kind of. Be like, I want charms associated with, like, you know, say they had one for every weapon. And it didn't get you, like, the exact things, but say you named each one of the tables after a weapon based on skills that might be okay there. That could be kind of neat. There's a Citra patch for it, Bernard, but I don't think there's a Simu patch for it. Some communities consider that patch, by the way, a cheat on Citra. It's like a little weird, but... That doesn't really feel like cheating to me, because it feels like you're fixing a bug, but whatever. I would say, if anything, setting your game to be stuck on table 10 forever is kind of like a cheat, but... Yeah, I mean, arguably less of a cheat, because now you're completely random. Like, every time you restart the game, you gotta hope that you're on the table that you want to be on. But whatever. Life's too short to really ponder those mysteries. Oh. Daddy. No. God, it's got to be so scary being a gunner and not full upgraded armor against Uragon. Because it does feel like he just kills you. There being one in Simu? I don't know, man. I don't know if it's because Monster Hunter just isn't that popular, or there's like nobody cares to do those upgrades, or that the efforts were put on Citra instead. It's a great question that I do not know the answer to. Is there a fix for Xenoblade X to make it so, like, I don't know, the game's interesting when you start it? Because I started that game and I'm like, this game sucks. And like, I loved Xenoblade Chronicles. I thought that game was amazing. I did not like Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Do you need to have the right mindset to play Xenoblade X? Haven't tried Xenoblade 3. Can't say anything about it. But I mean, it looked okay. I know people enjoyed it. There are a lot of games that I would play if it was easier just to buy them and, like, emulate them. Xenoblade Chronicle 2 just felt kind of, like, creepy. Like, I saw a cutscene, and there was, like, one of those Riki guys? I don't know what they're called. Riki Pawns? Peachy Pawns? I don't know. And he was, like, dedicating his life work to creating, like, a little robot girl that he was also in love with. No pawns. What's the problem? No. There's this one YouTuber I really like, Noxella, and she has a long video talking about why, for the most part, she hates, like, androids in movies, and she lists, like, a lot of things that are just really terrible about the concept of androids and stuff like that. And towards, like, the 70 to 75% of the way through the video, she's like, okay, let's get down to it. The only reason you really want to have an android is so you can have sex with it. And she's like, this can be really problematic. Like, I could have an android made up of, like, my ex-boyfriend, and he could be like, hey, can you please not have sex with it? And there's nothing you can do about it. I already got the android. I'm going to have sex with this android. What's wrong with having a robot bang maid? It's none of your business. I mean, where the technology is going in that direction. Definitely. Two Ruby's nice. You keep that to yourself. You keep that quiet. I mean, I don't know, man. With the direction that human relationships are going and, like, the absolute despair over apparent dating on social media, like, I don't I don't even necessarily blame the people that would just rather, you know, spend the time and investment on a robot being made. Like, I get it. Sounds terrible out there. Somebody in stream the other day was saying that even high schoolers were dating using, like, apps. That sounds like that pretty much... That sounds like that sucks. It does not sound like a good time at all. Bangable robo-girls or parasocial relationships with VTubers? I mean, you could make a robo-girl based on your VTuber. In fact, I would be shocked if there aren't a couple of those already. And I'll tell you, man, from what I saw in that one Akihabara shop, like, the science is moving. It's like space shuttle technology out here with any orifice you can imagine. I don't think mining was in Try on Oregon. A selfish act at best. I mean, it sucks, but, like, I don't know, man. I mean, you know, when you're in a country, especially, like, you know, Japan, when, like, relationships are getting increasingly less common. I don't want to say it's a victimless crime, because you yourself may become a victim if you end up, I don't know, falling in love with, like, a harem of robot bang maids, but at the same time, like, I guess it's better than nothing. I think I might use a max push. You know, one man had a allegedly very deep connection with his AI phone companion Hatsune Miku. If you feel like it enriches your life, like, I don't know who's really to judge. I mean, there's so many worse things that are happening out there in this world that if you want to spend, you know, I don't know how much it costs, $10 plus $1,000 on your customized robot sex appliance, like, whatever. I wonder if some weirdo programmed a waifu with AI. Brother, there was entire AI models generated around that. And when it went down, people got really mad. People got real angry. And I don't really blame them. Yeah, I don't think it was the Pizza Niku guy. It was, I think he was a Japanese citizen. He had a wedding. He invited a bunch of people to it. And then the service went down. And so he couldn't date her, and he couldn't, I mean, he's still married to her, but, like, you can't talk to her the way he could anymore. It was kind of a cute thing. I mean, it was like a little hologram that, like, sits on, like, your nightstand or whatever. And it would just, like, send you text messages throughout the day, like, hey, how's it going? Hey, hope you're doing well. Hey, looking forward to you get home. And you get home, you talk to your nightstand, and be like, hey, nightstand. Or, you, hey, Miku. And you go like, oh, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Guy trained an AI to be his girlfriend, and girlfriend turned him down. Too real. I got an ad the other day for an app that is basically the same thing. As you leveled it up, it would gradually lose clothing, and it would send you jokes. It would be like, oh, you're so funny. Here's a funny TikTok I saw. It might be run by the US government. Or not the US government, the Chinese government. If it's suggesting TikToks. feel like I never get anything rare in this game. So I don't know. I mean, that's where my mind is. It's mostly a victimless crime. In Japan, they have, I think they've got health delivery services where you can basically request an Ohio to come to your apartment. For like, I think it's mostly for like people that are disabled. And I don't know. I think there's some merit to that. You know? Because they can't, you know, move or get up at all doesn't mean they don't deserve like some human companionship, so. In Ohio? Look, man, I'm trying to... speaking in a code language over here, okay? Website where you can pay to text people for companionship? That seems like... I don't know. I feel like there's so many public areas to like you can say hi and people say hi back to you. But maybe you like the idea of paying people. Maybe it gives you like a reassurance that maybe like they won't, I don't know, betray you or something as long as you keep paying. That's not true friendship, but I mean, you know, I kind of feel the same way about it. You know, I mean, if you're lonely in life, you know. I mean, in Japan, I mean, it's not that different. You can pay in Japan to sit down and drink with someone for an hour. For some people, it's actually a very lucrative profession. We can keep doing Aragon. Roland, one of the wealthiest hosts in Japan, is like allegedly millions of dollars. 2 burials? I don't mind doing some burials. What? I can't do that, man. I'm not 51. I don't think either of us are 51. Although I'm assuming Albino's Urgent's coming up very soon, if it's not up already. Well, that's cool. He's got a Devil Joe hammer. Does he only have like 2 teeth? Why are you laughing? What are you saying? I only got 2 teeth? Now Jen's laughing at me. We're just gonna start a sludge wave. I'm into it. Jen, do you remember the television show Alex Mack on Nickelodeon? Do you remember her power? I don't know how old you would have been when that show came out. I think it was live action, yeah. You know, I don't know if she had super speed. That's a good question. She might have. I remember her turning into a puddle. I think I only remember the puddle. I don't remember ever seeing her turn into anything else. That's a stupid thing. Would you feel like really mad? What if you were an actress and like your breakout role is, I'm gonna be a puddle? It'd be silly. It'd be a little silly. You slept good? I'm happy to hear that. Well, I mean, you walked basically 15 kilometers yesterday. How long is a marathon? Is a marathon 20 miles? 21 miles? I mean, you almost walked a half... If I'm right, I think you almost walked a half marathon. You were getting close to it. You certainly walked a half marathon. Look it up for me, Joe. 26.8, so you'd have to be 13 miles. So we were 3/4 of a way through our half marathon. Because it was like 15 kilometers, which is like about 9 miles. Oh, come on, man. I don't get it. I mean, people probably end up, like, doing some damage to their bodies when they go a marathon, right? Like, is the human body really capable of doing, like, 26 miles without, like, really hurting itself? I don't think so. I feel like that's, like, a lot of wear and tear on your joints in one day without giving them time to, like, replenish their joint juices. The funny thing is, like, we did a lot of walking yesterday. It didn't even feel like a lot of walking until I looked at the pedometer on my phone when we were done. Oh, shoot. Oh, I didn't mean to wake him up. I was just trying to get a little sneaky hit off. I'm sorry. Oh, we actually ended up breaking the face anyways? Wow. I'm impressed. I guess I'm gonna have to make a status gun set at some point if we're doing this bunch of Urgon. I don't think I'm gonna make any of his weapons, even though I like the way they look. Let me see. I guess I'll look at his hammer, and I will look at... He's got a switch axe? Does he got anything good? He's got to have something where it's like, okay, I could use that. Yeah, of course. We definitely have to, you know, before we put the game away, take a look at it, right? And we have to. Something with heavy bowgun? I know his set is good for gunning. So his sword and shield does have 280 raw. I think. Wait, no. 336 raw. Never mind. I mean, the issue, it always comes down to, like, the sharpness, right? That's kind of nice. I don't think I have one of those yet. So let's see what the equivalent of that is. So, Uragon is... $336? Was it divided by 1.4? 240 raw? Oh, I mean, you know, we'll be hyper carrying people at a certain point. 252. 1.4. Interesting. Elatron is only 180 raw. I guess the issue is you need sharpness +1 to even get green sharpness. You get a little blue sharpness. That's so dumb. I mean, I think you'd just be better off and try just going with, like, actual elemental weapons rather than trying to make raw work really well. Which is good. I think Elatron would still be your go-to for Dragon. Raw only really works on Greatsword? I mean, it works on Hammer too, doesn't it? It's a bold claim. It's a bold claim. I mean, it would also work on Lance. Lance is fine, but... you know, 460 raw and Devil Joe. Was Lance like 2.3 for the modifier? Yeah. So Devil Joe Lance is 200 raw with purple sharpness. I think that's probably... I think that probably beats anything. Although Latron's really close. Latron is 180 raw. That's close enough that that might be worth it anyways. It gets so much more purple sharpness than Devil Joe. It's kind of crazy. That's neat that there's a little bit of a balance. Sword and Shield's super good for you if you're willing to invest the time. I just wish they didn't give it the 70% elemental nerf. Some weapons it doesn't matter, like whatever it is. Dire Morales is going to be good no matter what. But it's kind of strange. It would be interesting to test the game with a patch that reverts that on the Sword and Shield and Dual Blades. Oh, I probably need hot drinks, right? Oh, Morales weapons were beautiful. Jen, how's your brother? And how's Siri? Oh, why don't you check? Check your messages, girl. He's probably on an airplane. Really wish I would just actually just go to the weaponsmith and spend my materials. I guess Sword and Shield is probably the weapon that benefits the most from my element in this game then, huh? I'm not planning on really making any long swords. I guess longsword would be also, like, not terrible. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day, Bernard. How basically every monster in Tri was unique in some way. Barioth sometimes really feels like an Ice Nargacuga with his moveset. Definitely. But, he's still different enough that it's okay. I'm gonna trade the Tail Slam for, like, the Ice Breath. A lot of people compare to Latchon to Teostra as well. Those are the people that you should block. not talk to anymore. What the hell are they talking about? The Run? Rune Factory 4 is on Game Pass. It's a great game. I saw that too. I mean, I guess in fire mode, there's... He shoots fire? The only thing that Rune Factory 4 is lacking in at all is, like, the graphics could probably be a little bit better. Looking handsome today? Brother, I walked like 9 miles yesterday. I'm definitely burning off some of my gamer bloat. Woo! Look at that. Evasion feels so good in this game when you actually get it off. You're going to have to get rid of that longsword. I don't know who the hell you think you are. I don't know who the hell you think you are. You're get rid of that. It's terrible, man. Looks like we broke both of the claws. Whoa. Genesis 20 raw for 200. Are you going down the sword and shields? I feel like Elatrian has to win. For Dragon. I just feel like you want element for all of them. Oh, for 3U. Oh, okay. 3U, it gets a lot more complicated. The style option alone with the ancient and rusted weapons makes them pretty appealing. That was amazing. Nice dunk. Jesus. I'm trying to think what hit zones. This is the capture quest. Is a quest. We capture him. I think he'll be here in time to get the carbs. But even with like 70 dragon, I don't know that there's that many hit zones where it would even come out ahead. Like, is there a dragon hit zone in the game that's reliably more than more than 25%? Man, that 3U Elatron is probably one of the highlights of that game. That is a fun fight. Hit zone of 20? No way that's the best hit zone. Is that the best hit zone in 3U for Dragon? It's not like Jen or like Dire Morales? Devil Joe? What's the point of the ancient weapon? Meanwhile, the monster takes 500 damage from blast, and blast detonates every 75 status. that's just the thing, though. I mean, without layered weapons, you could use weapons that looked really great and were not at all the best in the slot, but they looked cool, and you just kind of use them as a flex. Weakest zone's 20 in try. Well, see, in try, it doesn't matter that it's 20 because you're probably going to be using Devil Joe or Latch Round, which has great raw no matter what. In 3U, if it's 35 in the head, there might be a situation where an ancient weapon could come out ahead a little bit. If it's like 60, 65, 70 raw and like 35% element, I could see maybe like an ancient weapon at least getting close. It's not like you had reliably like full crit and crit boost in 3U. There was no crit boost in 3U as far as I remember. You know, like a really nice endgame set would be something like Honed Blade, Razor Sharp, Challenger +2? You know, which is not much of a critlet set anyways, and adds a bunch of base raw. So even if you had low raw to begin with, at least like it got a little bit better. I want to hear them talk more about their failure of their podcast, Jen. Did you listen to the podcast? The Harry and Meghan podcast? Who is it? It's just Meghan Markle? Is that Meghan Markle talking right now? Jen's gonna bury me in the under the royal palace with my slander to the royal family. Took a nap and I'm still going? We're going for at least another hour or so. I mean, probably longer than that. We'll probably do a little bit of a Dying Light again at the end of the stream. We got up to this, like, pivotal story branch. I walked up to this motel. They're like, hey, you should come in this motel. We need your help. And I was just like, nah. No thanks. And I just walked away. Yeah, Dying Light too, yeah. Yeah, we've been doing a little bit of a variety at the end of the tri-streams. It's been fun. It's not necessarily the most engaging game in the world, but it's kind of fun to play. I think Dying Light 1 might still be a little bit better, but, you know, there's new stuff, so we'll look at the new stuff. Oh, my butt. Yeah, I mean, Dying Light 1 is amazing. And there's no question about it. Like, Dying Light 1 was probably one of the best zombie games ever made. Dying Light 2 is fun. It's just, like, different. It's just, like, it's the different design. You know, I think there was a kind of a big emphasis to, like, make it about running around on rooftops a lot. And so a lot of the game is set up around, like, getting up on the roofs and running around on the roofs. But people were complaining, rightfully so. It was too easy because there was nothing on the roofs. So then they added things to the roofs. So now a lot of the game design is around running on the roofs, but also there's things up there. So that's funny. I'd say probably within the next year or so, the game will be, like, I don't want to say perfect, but it'll definitely be a lot more refined. Batwing, I don't know when the last time you played Dying Light 2 was. They've definitely fixed some of those things. I remember when I first played Dying Light 2, the human enemies blocked, like, everything. But now you can just attack them and you can actually kill them. The parries is still in it. Dead Island 1? What game is out now? Is it Dead Island 2? I played it on stream. That game's pretty fun. If you're just into like the zombie combat and especially like the body destruction, if you're a little sicko that wants to like bore your way through like a rib cage, you can do that in Dying Light 2. We might play Dying Light 2 after we're done with Dying Light 1, although, oh my god, is it like a week? Like, Exo Primal's coming out? Ooh, wow, that was cool. Yeah, I mean, I stopped playing Dying Light 2 after the tutorial Batwing. Because, like, the tutorial was so long, like, I had lost all enthusiasm for the game after it took 2 hours to climb up like an elevator. I mean, that's not, like, verbatim what happens, but that's what I remember. They decide to buy it? That's good. I mean, I'm sure it's only going to get better over time, Condor. Like, I'm sure, you know, this time next year, they'll have added a bunch of other things, improved things. I mean, that's the cool thing about Techland is, like, they really support their games for, like, an insanely, completely unnecessarily long amount of time. The only issue I'm running into right now is at some point or another they allowed you to upgrade weapon blueprints and then modify said weapons with upgraded augments. And I almost feel too strong. Like, I almost feel like I gotta turn the game onto hard. My only concern with that is, like, it might make the enemies more tanker, but it also might make them hit harder, and, like, I'm very squishy. But maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to play the game like a glass cannon. Or maybe I'm just on, like, a very specific power curve right now where I'm strong now and I'll get weak when I get to the next area. I think I'm playing it on normal. The reason I'm playing it on normal is because in Dying Light 2, I played that on hard, but, like each enemy was, like, fighting a tank in the beginning of the game, and, like, I don't really want to deal with that. You know? Like, Dying Light 1, like, hard is really more of, like, New Game Plus. A lot more so than, like, hard on a new game. Like, you're just not, like, you're meant to beat the game and then start it up on the next difficulty, I feel, or just do an insane amount of grinding. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know all the changes, but I get the sense that's going to be the main one in Dying Light 2, Bernard. And, like, you know, I just want the zombies and the humans to take, like, 2 hits, but sometimes I one-shot them. But, you know, then again, I've got, like, I leveled up the legendary blueprint, so, I mean, I guess it should be pretty strong, right? I really liked Killing Floor 2. I played a lot of Killing Floor 2. And its hard was great because it would add more enemies and they'd be faster and they would sometimes have different strategies. They would definitely get more life. Some of the enemies definitely got more life, but for the most part it was just like a harder game. Yeah, I feel like some of the dragon weaknesses and across the board poison weaknesses on brutes was added in Portable Third, Dune. They made a lot of interesting and mostly, I think, good balance passes going into Portable Third, making some more things more viable. I do remember Dying Light 1 feeling like the combat was a lot more directional. And for some reason, it doesn't feel like it's very directional in Dying Light 2. Maybe it's skill issue? But like in Dying Light 1, like couldn't like the direction you moved change the direction that you'd swing in? Well, no, it's like you'd move left to swing right or move right to swing left. Kind of like that. Move back and forward to swing vertically. And I don't think that's in Dying Light 2. I think you just keep doing the same animation. I don't know if that's a balance thing. Or like, we think our players are too dumb to figure this out thing. I mean, I don't know. I don't have Dying Light 1 installed. I can't really check it. But I feel like that was a thing. That's a good amount of HR, I guess, right? I don't know. Sylvadi's not bad.
You drinking this?
I was. Until you took it away. Analog Combat and Dead Island 1, but not Dying Light 2. Dying Light 1. Really? Alright, well, I merged the memories in my brain. You can drink it, too. You doing a little Pocky snack in the morning? Little matcha Pocky? You gotta get going. To get your breakfast. To get going so you can start shopping. With my credit card. You might want to take the cash out too. I have some money in there. Because there might be some things you'll need money for. Some places are cash only. Like that luggage place we went to. They were cash only. I do not have enough cash for you to get the luggage, the suitcase there if they only take cash. So you have to check the other place and hopefully they take card. And if neither of those places take credit card, then you gotta wait for me to get some money out later. I'm just warning you now so you know. You want to scribble down the saying, Kato Ides ka? Okay. Yeah. No. You can make the decision. I don't need to make the decision. You can do it, just whether or not they take the credit card. Kato Ides ka. And it's very easy to tell, because if they say height...
Well, I just show them the card.
Well, you could just show them the card, but she's not a weeb like me. Either they say height Daijibo or height Ides, or they start like going like. They'll never say no. They very rarely will say no. Well, the place last night only took cash, which was very strange because it was a little expensive.
Oh, they only took cash?
They only took cash. The guy cleared me out, man. And at one point, he's like...
Well, I need cash considering has that in your bag.
Sure.
Find a way.
Yeah. Okay. The guy was worried I didn't have the money last night. And he was like, Okane ga arimasu ka? He's like, is your money there? I've got like a little man purse. Like a little man wallet. And I keep my money tucked in the side. He didn't see it as I was digging around in there. Because at first he only saw I had like 3,000 yen, but it was like 6,000 or 7,000 yen for the meal. I had to dig around in it. The card? My credit card? Please don't lose it. You got it? Is it next to your headphones? Speaking of headphones, make sure you bring some, Noxella. Do they appreciate... earplugs. Do they appreciate my level of Japanese comprehension? I think no matter what country you go to, if you make an attempt to communicate in their language, I think most people appreciate it. Even at the most baby level of the language, people are like, hey, at least this person's making an attempt. You know, I mean, think about it, how you would feel in whatever country you're from. You know, if people started, you know, if somebody from a foreign country tried to communicate with you in basic English, as opposed to just talking to you in whatever foreign language that they spoke. You got laughed at trying to order a Coke on a train in France. Were you speaking French? And they laughed at you? Maybe Albino was right, man. Wouldn't speak French even if you helped me. Good point. You guys are unhinged, man. Alright. In my previous example, who was it? Portugal, Germany? We're adding the fart tube to the French now. Germans, Portuguese, Portugal, and France. I'm hooking up the fart tube to your mouth. That's the way it has to be. I didn't want it to. I didn't like this. You know, this was not my desire. You're forcing my hand and my anus into your mouth. It did not have to be this way. Oh, you missed it, Noxella. I was drawing a parallel to the summer horror film Midsommar, beginning in the movie when they hook up like an exhaust tube from a car to your mouth. I said I was going to do that from my mouth. Oh, okay, that's good. I'm glad. No, it's not the human centipede. Like, I'm not pooping in their mouth. I'm just saying they deserve it. I mean, okay, I would get it if you were like a stereotypical American tourist and going like, hey, can I have a Coke? But if like you're trying to speak the language and ask, like, why laugh? You know, that's just rude, man. Like, you know, they're literally doing the one thing that you want them to do, which is to try and communicate in your language. I don't think you should discriminate based on nationality, but more on an individual basis. Fume doing the right thing and saying, like, the one bad kid in class shouldn't get the whole class punished, right? You're right. You got a real sense of justice. You're right. I'm not going to disagree with you. That happened to you once? It feels terrible. The impetus behind it, though, is it's not just everybody gets farted in their mouth, then everybody has to talk to the one guy that got everyone farted in their mouth. And then that's the guy. They call him like, hey, remember when you laughed at somebody for ordering a Coke in French? And then, as a punishment, this one guy farted in all of our mouths? They never let that guy live it down. It's less that it's a punishment to everyone, and it's supposed to be a social shaming of that person that's being punished to everyone else. But you're right, it's not right. I shouldn't fart in their mouth. But that means we got to do 0 tolerance. Farting as punishment. Am I gonna die? I feel like I might die here. Is that in Rise Sunbreak World like this? Well, this weapon is not in any of those games. The last time we saw this weapon... Was it in 4U? Did you trade for global weapons in 4U? I can't remember. Or in Genu? It's definitely not in Rise World Sunbreak. Forgive it once or twice. I mean, I think I'd probably give them a warning first, Fume. Like, I don't think I'm going to go from 0 to, like, farting in their mouth. But I'm just saying, like, you know, there's an off-ramp on this highway, and it's my butthole into their mouth. I'm Mr. Worldwide. What's the ugliest language I've heard? Well, that's an interesting question. I don't know that I've really ever heard a language that's ugly. There are certain languages that, for one reason or another, kind of sounds like you're yelling. Tonal languages sometimes gives the impression that people are like having an argument when they're just talking normally. I studied Chinese, so it doesn't sound that, you know, it sounds normal to me now, but I can imagine how people could listen to Chinese and being like, are those people mad? When I was teaching English in China, I had 2 students, and it seemed like they were having an argument. And I'm like, were you guys arguing? And they're like, no, we weren't arguing. And I'm like, oh, what were you talking about? And they're like, we were arguing. They're like arguing over like a soda. And that was really funny to me. They found their dialect hot and you judged them hard. Maybe they like being yelled at. Some people that are into that sort of thing. Haven't really heard too much Arabic spoken. I haven't been into too many areas where there's a lot of Arabic. So I can't really say. Finnish sounds nice. Would you say Finnish is a pleasant sounding language, Jen? It's not bad. It sometimes sounds like a little weird, like almost like a little alien language.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
But I don't think it's like, it never sounds like angry or anything.
No.
How do we characterize Italian? Sometimes there's real yelling. The Italians might be a little bit more prone to yelling than others. They yell, and then when you yell, they go like, why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? Jen just said that's true. She'll be yelling, and you'll be like, you'll yell back, and she's like, why are you yelling?
We'll be like, why are you yelling at us? Like, I'm not yelling, I'm just talking.
I'm not yelling, I'm just talking. You're yelling. Very, she can be. She can be pretty loud. Yeah, I can't say specifically that I think German seems bad. At least most of the German tourists that I've heard in Japan, it's not like there've been a ton, but there've been a couple. Like, I mean, they're talking like a normal volume.
You know which ones don't talk.
Which ones don't talk in normal volume? Jen sometimes gets annoyed by the Chinese tourists. There was a couple guys that were antagonizing the animals at the zoo, and now she's got like a grudge. They were trying to get the bird to attack them, Noxel. Is Noxella Chinese? He comes from the country of the glorious Chinese hero Chiang Kai-shek. Maybe the world's most preeminent hero. I'm no longer allowed into the People's Republic of China, by the way, for saying that. So.
About the tourists?
No, about Chiang Kai-shek. They care a lot more about what I said about Chiang Kai-shek. Okay, hold on. Actually, Noxella is no longer Chinese. His ethnicity is Suits.
No.
Yeah, he identifies as Suits. The funny thing is, you say I've got negative social credit score, but I regularly say Mao is based for killing all the landlords, getting rid of all the landlords. He's like actually like kind of like a personal hero of mine. I know he probably did some really bad stuff, and definitely he was the head of the party during the Great Leap Forward that caused like a massive starvation event. However, he did get rid of all the landlords. I think we should have like a Suits watch party, Noxella. I'm getting some really angry looks right now. I don't think I've seen anger like that in a while. I mean, it'd be nice to see Meghan Markle on like her acting prime. We could listen to the Meghan Markle podcast as we like hang out in the onsen together. What? Yeah, we'll get naked bathtub Meghan Markle. Wait, is Meghan not in all the episodes of Suits? No wonder it's not on the air anymore. You don't think it's funny? Oh my god, we're gonna fail this quest. You just started watching that in the middle of season 2 right now? I'm actually genuinely amazed that somebody's watching Suits. Isn't it like a Canadian show? Is she an American actress? How'd she end up in a show that was like only in Canada? Because she sucks? She can't... Jen said because she sucks, but she can't hack it in the US, so she had to go on some, like, 2 second-rate show in Canada.
Like the USA Network.
Like the USA Network. You know what she would be good at, Jen? She'd be good on those, like, Lifetime movies where, like, the 1 out of every 10 where, like, the woman's the bad one. Like, there's, like, a crazy woman that's ruining another woman's life. She'd be good in that role, right? Is she ruining your life? A little bit. She's made your life worse. She's made my life better. Only in the sense that, like, YouTube videos are made about Harry and Meghan Markle, and they have the title, like, lazy, incompetent, talentless? What are they? What is it again? Lazy, incompetent, talentless. I identify with that. Yeah? If I'm lazy, incompetent, and talentless, what does that make Meghan Markle? Is that what you're about to say? Imagine being offered, like, $20 million to produce a podcast, and then, like, just not doing the podcast. Has Jen considered her sources are biased? Oh, I mean, they're definitely biased, man. Like, I have listened to some of these, and it's like, it gets to the point where, like, there are content creators whose entire brand is hating Meghan Markle. Not just Meghan Markle, it's Prince Harry, too. They're basically people that are fans of the royal family that do not like them for not liking, or not, you know, not being right to the royal family. Sounds like me and Rise? Yeah, I mean, there's some similarities there. Definitely. You know, I've produced more podcasts. You've actually probably produced more podcasts too, Jen, than Meghan Markle did. How does that make you feel? I mean, probably not surprised, because you didn't probably expect much from her in the first place. $20 million. Link us her podcast? I can't do that. A trade secret. I mean, I was saying, like, you could lock me in a little room for a year and not let me out for a whole year. I'd do it for $20 million. The money was paid up front. Lock me up. I'll do podcasts all day, every day.
Other than like the A-list celebrities.
Oh, so she only wanted to interview like A-listers. And like nobody wanted to go on her show. So she's like, well, I don't...
Her friends or like Oprah's.
She really milked that Oprah connection for everything that it was worth, huh? Did she ever apologize to Oprah for what she said on her show after she said that it was basically made up? No. That's unfortunate. How small would the room be? I mean, if it was an Osaka Net Cafe room, that would actually be fine. I could live in that. I mean, you'd have to let me out, you know, hopefully to use the bathroom every once in a while, maybe shower. Give me like a half hour a day to shower and, No? What, I gotta poop in a bucket? Can you at least give me a bucket and a wet sponge? Why do you look at me like that, Jen? You're eating? Okay, well, your choice to sit right in front of me and stare at me while you're eating, okay? You think that's gross? You should have been listening to what I was talking about earlier. That was way more unhinged. I was saying I was going to connect... You remember when we watched that movie, Midsommar? You know, they had like the exhaust tube in the beginning of the movie. They connected like a car to people's mouths. I was going to do that from my butt to every German, Portuguese, and French person. And fart at them. Why you look at me like that? Why you look at me like I'm crazy? I'm not crazy. I've got my reasons. I can't explain it to you all right now. I have my reasons. They insulted my viewers. Okay, the Germans didn't insult my viewers. They only insulted me. But the French and the Portuguese insulted my viewers. Tell Pineapple story in front of Jen. She's heard the story before a couple times. She's heard that story. You hear about that story where I tried to jump and fart on a kid in middle school? You like that story? Why do you like that story? What part about that story... At what moment does that become your favorite story? Because it really... Is it because, like, you like, I found a man with incredible ambition? That doesn't look like that's it. I think the real question there is, like, what... if I pulled my plan off? I mean, I would be a really, honestly, a pretty big jerk if I pulled it off. Because then I just bullied somebody, really. It's kind of a bullying thing to do, to jump and fart in someone's head, right? But the nice part is I get humbled.
Yep.
Are you a fan of the Greek classics, Jen? No? You remember the story of the maze that was built for the Minotaur? And the creator and his son Icarus are in the maze. And they take time in the maze long enough to collect enough feathers and wax so that they can build a pair of wings so they can fly out of the maze. And then Icarus gets too excited while he's flying with his wings, and he keeps flying higher and higher and higher till he gets too close to the sun, and then the wax melts, and then he falls and dies. Yeah, that's me in the jump fart.
Yep.
Because, you know, I'd had a really good run. Up until that point, Jen, for like a solid year, I was able to fart on command. Do you believe me? Like, I could fart whenever I wanted. To great effect.
I believe you.
It was... Could you imagine how popular I was for a little while there? I mean, only with guys. I'm sure the girls found it completely repulsive. They still do. It was amazing. It was like having a crown on my head. And then I'm like, you know what? It's time to take this to the next level. It's time to take this show into the air. And I'm like, I'm gonna do a fart that I've never done before. I'm gonna jump and I'm gonna fart. And I'm not just gonna jump and fart, I'm gonna jump and fart on his head. And to some small degree, I think we have to admit, I think I succeeded in the sense that probably before the shart happened, there was a fart. The issue is like, I was able to, like, flex my stomach muscles enough to, like, push whatever gas was in there at any time. That was my secret. But the problem is, as I was going through the air, it's like, almost like time slowed down and, like, I was spinning. And I pushed and, like, the fart's not coming out. But, like, you only have, like what, a quarter second in the air, a half second in the air. It's like, I instinctively pushed harder. And then that's what. And then I pooped a little. And, you know, it was the bus stop. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't like after school. It was before school. And like, I'm not going to go to school. I crap my pants. I mean, it's not even like the end of the day. It wasn't even like recess. This is like the day hasn't even started. And now I've pooped myself. I'm not going to go on the bus and go to school and then go throughout school walking around with a turd in my pants. And then, like, everyone knew. I'm like, oh, guys, I'm not feeling so good. And I had to walk back. And it was like, I was in an apartment. It was like, it wasn't just like my house was here. It was like a long walk back to the apartment. I'm just like shuffling back. And I gotta, you know, my mom's like, hey, why are you here? I was just at school. I'm like, I'm not feeling good, Mom. Can you call the office? Let them know I'm not coming in today. Yeah. You know, I don't know that she knows. I don't think I ever sat down and told her the story of it. You think she needs to know? I don't know that I want to tell my mom that story. I mean, she thinks pretty highly of me. I mean, I think she'd forgive me. I think she'd love me anyways, but I mean, that's not necessarily something I want to put on her. Call your mother right now and tell her you crapped your pants. I mean, you're my wife, you know. You know, I'm not overly embarrassed to tell you. My brother told her already? He might have. They might have that conversation when they talk sometimes. Now, to my recollection, that is the last time I crapped my pants. So, I mean, I've had a pretty good run since then. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's people that have pooped their pants more recently than me. So, and to be fair, it wasn't like, you know, It was a forcible thing. Liar? Okay, there's stream clips, but like I never actually pooped myself. Neither in the spicy speedrun run or in there's like an SCP clip of like people saying like I pooped myself. I did not poop myself. I maintain my innocence. Crazy part guy, the guy that invented that maze was the one that got imprisoned in it. You'd think he would know how to get out. Involley defecation becomes more commonplace for you? That sounds pretty fun, actually. Probably boost your... You get more tired, but then you get more stream hours because, like, you don't have to leave to poop. I've definitely had to end the stream because I had to poop before. And the problem is like, I just don't... I'm not comfortable knowing how long people know I spend on the toilet. Like, I don't want that pressure of, like, people waiting for me to come back and like, oh, wow, streamer's having a hard one today. I don't, like, do I gotta put casino bets on? Like, under 5 minutes, between 5 and 10, and over 10? Over 10 would be the safe bet. Makes me more relatable. I appreciate that. Pretty nice toilet here, Noxella. The toilet seat's heated. Got a pretty decent bidet. I'll tell you though, I found one bidet in the middle of the city. Incredibly powerful stream, and it doesn't stop. Like, I was trying to battle it, like a Dragon Ball Z Key Blast battle, and I lost. Heated seat seems excessive for summer. You know, we keep the place kind of cool. The air conditioner keeps it really, like, really frosty in here. Like, the Obasan here did nothing to alleviate my internet issues until the internet corroded to the point that they needed to reset the lines. So I'm going to blast the AC. I wonder if she'll kick me out. She's going to get the electricity bill big. Oh my god. Oh my god. Japan does have very high electricity rates. You know what country has like the highest electricity rates in the world, Jen? This is crazy. It's the UK. Isn't that weird? They privatized all their power companies, I think. How do you say, oh my god? I don't know. Kami is god, but I don't know if they've got the exact same. Gonna dump gyoza cider all of my DSL connection. I still have my cell phones. As long as you didn't destroy my cell phones, I can still stream. Please don't destroy my cell phone. Heated seat's real comfortable though. Jen, I don't think she minds that. She enjoyed it. She was sitting on that thing for a while. It was a nice feeling, right, Jen? Like a calming feeling, right? Oh shoot. Oh. I don't know what it would be in. I feel like in Japanese they just go, eh? That sounds a lot like Tim the Toolman Taylor from Home Improvement, but... eh? Not, God, trying to sleep in the same room with me must be torture. I'm so sorry you gotta deal with this. As I'm just going through my bits, you gotta listen to me going, like just laying in bed. Shut up! Shut up! You've napped while having my stream on? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry you had to... Your brain and body had to get put through that. You know, I gotta admit, I liked Home Improvement, but the more I learn about Tim Allen, kind of like the less I like about him. Like, he was a drug dealer, and he got out of jail by narking on everyone. Now, I do not approve of drug dealers, but narking on everyone, man? That's not cool. What are you doing, man? But Jen, I did end up deciding, I think it was either yesterday or today. Central and Latin America are my favorite territories in terms of viewers. They rank the highest. They're the most enjoyable people. I've decided. If there's a country tier list, a continent tier list at least. I guess country doesn't really work. It's a large enough sample size to declare it. What about Canadians? Probably rate slightly ahead of USA. USA is very high. These are countries, I mean, some countries just don't have enough of a sample. It's like something like Central and South America. Probably Canada, USA. Honestly, I'd put UK up there. UK's gone up in the rankings. And then, like, from there, then things are going to start going down. Germany's flat out at the bottom. And, like, we have some great German viewers. But I think they've had the most people banned out of any country. Germany's absolutely last. I'm like, that's just the way it is. Like, you guys got to work real hard to pull yourself back up. It's not against any individuals. I'm just going by country. I'm just doing a country tier list. I mean, by number, I mean, it's you can't look at it as a numbers necessarily. It's got to be like proportional representation. So like as a percentage of US bands, like there's definitely not as many as Germany. I should have known something was up when there was like the German engineer that didn't understand how like percentages worked. Like, he didn't understand weakness exploit versus crit boost in terms of, like, average damage. Pancakes was, like, one of those northern frost-bitten countries. Where does Japanese viewer baseline the tier list? You know, I've actually been met in person and hugged by a Japanese viewer before. So very high, but they're just not very common. I mean, okay. Central and South America, top of the list. Asia, just below that. Then North America. Then it goes UK, then it goes Northern Europe, and then it goes, like, the rest of Europe. Let me find you and hug you, make that 2 viewers. If you're in Osaka, especially, like, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, let me know. You can come out and get drinks with me and Noxella. We'll spend 1,000 yen each and get unlimited drinks. Australia? Australia's a bit of a wild card, because, like, on one hand, I owed a blood debt to Australia. An Australian man once saved me from getting my ass kicked. I was like blitzed out of my mind, and some British soccer hooligan wanted to kick my ass. And an Australian had my back. Oh, I've been hugged by a number of US viewers. Jen watches the stream? She never watches... Well, she does watch the stream live. She only lurks, though. Like, I don't know that that counts. I guess it counts. Yeah, no, I owe a blood debt to Australia. Very cool people in Australia. It's a shame about their hentai. And them banning hentai. That's terrible, man. I've said repeatedly, like, I want to run as the Prime Minister for Australia. You know, my platform would be high-speed internet and hentai. And I would come out... I think I said I was going to do state-sponsored hentai. I was going to create, like, a fund, like an endowment for the arts, but for Australian-made hentai. And I would go out on stage, fully nude except for a budgie smuggler and thongs, and say, I've got nothing to hide. I'm just here to help make Australia a better country, the best country it can be. I think I'd get some votes. I don't think I'd win, but I would definitely get some votes. A what smuggler? That's what they call, like, the little, like, mankini, like, little mankini thongs, like undies. Like, little tidy whitey briefs. They call them budgie smugglers because it looks like you're smuggling a budgie. For me, it would be like a hummingbird smuggler, but for you know, the common language calls it a budgie smuggler. Imagine having state-funded hentai. The world has no justice. It's not real, man. No, I mean, most Australians I've met have been truly, truly wonderful people. I think it's really expensive to live there now, though. I think I max potion here. Yeah, let's just do that. This is with 2 people. Carlos's is pretty well kid out, and like we're still like we're having a time, man. Imagine trying to do this solo, which takes so long. Like it'd be at least 30 minutes. I mean, with this weapon, maybe longer. That was a limp. Thank God. Have a good night, Elitius. What am I going to do today? I'm probably going to nap. Oh, I walked so much. I walked so much yesterday. So I'm definitely going to nap after this stream, and then, I don't know. See how Jen's doing. He's going to run right at me. Yep. That's a really cool animation. I really like that animation. His armor is so upgraded, and you can still look at his life. It's like he almost lost half of his life to that move. If we're getting, like, full high-speed internet across the United States, there's no reason Australia can't get that as well. That's all I'm saying. That's interesting. You lose your chip damage if you get knocked back blocking an attack from an ally. I don't think I knew that. That's very interesting. Like, I know Biden is actively sundowning, talking about, like, building, like, a trans-Pacific railroad or something. But the internet stuff is pretty good stuff. I support that stuff. I don't know how directly responsible he is for it, but he didn't block it, so... What's wrong with that kind of train? I mean, it's kind of based, man. Like, I like trains. I don't know how you would fix the tracks. Would they be floating? Would they be anchored to the bottom of the ocean? I got a lot of questions. Does the train float? I don't know. One Piece has an ocean train? Dude, does Biden watch anime? I could definitely hear the AI Biden voice saying, like, the One Piece is real and I have it. Yeah. My problem with One Piece now is, like, I look at characters, like, I guess there was a time skip, and, like, it's kind of, like, I could recognize them, but, like, they don't look familiar to me at all. Like, I'm just, like, an old, confused, lost man when I look at the pirate crew. They got, like, facial hair when they didn't have facial hair. Nami's boobs are just tremendous now. Like, that boob to waist ratio. I mean, I'm sure it's not the largest, but, like, of popular media, it's got to be one of the largest in all of fiction. Does she ever complain about back pains? Like, what's she eating? I mean, I think the creative use of, like, the fruit stuff is always neat, but I mean, I've always preferred watching, like, the human fights. The funny thing to me is, like, sometimes, like, especially the human characters, like, they just pull and move out of their ass. It's like, you didn't know that move. I never saw you practice that move. You didn't work for anything. I remember watching a fight with Sanji. It's like, where'd you learn that kick? What do I know? You jump shot? You know what? And if I practiced it, it probably worked. But I mean, I still like it. I still like the human fights the best. Usopp is my favorite character. His name makes a lot more sense when you know a little Japanese. Usopp is lie. You did try to pull a move out of my ass? It's true. You're right. Oh my god, we got fold up. P-maced. BR! Hold on. Are there more symbols? Why is there no, like, number? Oh, there we go. Let's see where we're going before I eat for Explorer Exchanger. He's based off of Aesop. Is his, like, slingshot supposed to be kind of like a crook or something? How is he supposed to be based off of Aesop? I said you could post. He tells Tall Tales. Ah, that's funny. He doesn't want to post. I'll post. I have no idea what I want. Rathalos? Just eat for exchanges. I want to talk about One Piece, but I don't want to spoil anything for anyone. But there was a fight in like the desert. I thought it was so cool with Usopp. That like one like the second arc or whatever it is. I don't even know what arc that would be. Third, fourth. That was cool. I know that like if you watch it, you know, and if you didn't watch it, you're like, what the hell are you talking about, Screamer? Probably 10 years too late to be a spoiler. It's probably like 20 years too late to be a spoiler. in the manga, at least. It was like the mole guy. Was the mole guy? Is that Merry Christmas? Who's the mole guy? He was a mole. My favorite fight in the series. It's stupid, but I don't care. I liked it. That's her. Thank you. I don't have a 10-kilogram hammer? Dude, it's so cool. Jen, what are you watching? Oh, you're watching The Office. I could tell. I don't get antidotes. Anyone have a preferred pooping entertainment material? I mean, don't lie to me. I know you all bring your phone or a tablet into the bathroom. What are you watching? Just Duolingo? I'm very proud of you, man. God, why don't I Duolingo on the toilet? That's a good question. You get human contact yet, Jen, or no? From anyone? Half hour later? You bring an e-cigarette? You know, I don't smoke, but I can imagine taking a nice drag off of a cigarette while pooping. That's gotta be real relaxing. Imagine that's how you, like, appeal to Zoomers. Like, stop wasting time on the toilet. Enjoy your time. Savor that moment. That's a big problem, isn't it? Right, Jen? In the schools, the kids try to sneak, like, vapes into the stalls. Right? That's a problem? Yeah. I'm not going to say I hate this monster, but... I mean, it's okay, I guess. You can actually kind of hit the tail when he's flying, which I appreciate. Even as a sword and shield. Nope. Better than OG Rathalos. He still will occasionally do around the world. I'm scared. Has Rathalos ever been fun, though? If I can give Rise one compliment, it's that Rise Rathalos is, like, kind of enjoyable. He's enjoyable for Rathalos. Which is to make up for the sins of Ichinose that was responsible for Hyper Silver and Hyper Gold. Oh my god, dude. Rathalos turn and bite and tries a menace. Try Rathalos turn and fireball your ass. Just get instantly vaporized. Turn and burn? I read turn and bite. That's my brainworms. Yeah, no, you're right. You said it right. Ooh! You gotta write it down, Junkado Ideska. I mean, I guess at a store it's not a big deal, because it's like, oh, I don't have the money, I guess I'll just, like, not. I guess I'll just leave. Unlike a restaurant, I don't know what would happen if I didn't have the cash. Excuse me as I go visit an ATM? That would be embarrassing. While actually exhausted and not immediately running, I'm probably going to pull off a para here and it's going to be kind of ass. Oh no, maybe it'll be okay. It's amazing how many paras you can get off with just one para weapon. It feels like 2 to 3 a quest, which, like, not bad for just, like, 3 damage. Para weapon goes well with the para shot. Like, they really synergize, don't they? I get it most of the way, and you can just push it over whenever the timing's good. There was a team or group or something of people that were playing Try on release, and they used all para weapons, and I have to imagine that was like really, really powerful. on everything up until about Elatrion. And you know what? Honestly, even against Elatrion, you could probably make it work. In fact, I wouldn't mind trying to recreate it on Elatrion, because I don't think I ever experienced it, but like, all global weapons is kind of funny. Honestly, if you had one of the, if you had the global hammer, you could actually probably get like 2 KOs as well. It may not be that bad. He was so fast. I mean, he can't be that much worse than when I fought him in 3U. Hammer's busted if you think about it. The only issue is like interrupting your own KO or para. Trilatrion is different beast than 3U Elatrion. 3U Village Elatrion has got to be one of the hardest quests if you're doing it like quote-unquote level appropriate. I don't... Okay, I mean, yes. Solo, I'm sure Trilatrion's even worse. It's always funny when you're going for a special move and you just immediately close the cutscene because you're spamming the button. So yeah, when I got here in Japan, I thought I was too fat for this t-shirt. At least I felt too uncomfortably fat to wear it. But now I feel like I can wear it. And I'm not like, I don't feel like too fat for it. I'm feeling great. What do you think, Jen? Is today a 20,000 step day? I don't know. Is that because it's been stretched out? No, I've lost weight, man. Yes, I've been having it stretched on the rack for the last 3 weeks. I can feel great now. I could wear a super stretched out, dumpy looking t-shirt. I've been walking like at least like 5 or 6 miles a day, like 10K a day. I'm a shirt stretcher? Doesn't feel good, man. You just need different cut shirts. The shirts you can get from Uniqlo here are cut kind of like wide. Not the undershirts, but the other shirts are like a little baggy. I don't really like them, but if you don't want a tight shirt, I mean, that's the place you want to get them. I'm going to thank these guys. I'll play a little bit of the zombie game. How long is it? I'll play a little bit of it. I'm getting like, why do I get all these pings in Discord? There's so many messages. I checked this before I started the stream, and now it's like, there's so much talking. I don't approve of that emote. I just want to be very clear. Show Jen. She's getting ready right now. Somebody requested a 1-minute ad break and I never ran it. 30-second ad break. I just redeemed it. Look at your Reddit link in general. There's too many posts in general. I can't. I'll have to look at it after stream. You guys can hear the heater going off. I'm gonna have to turn the noise gate up a little bit. No, not enough. It's the heater turns on whenever you use hot water. I think it's like one of those like instant hot water heaters. It's right next to me. I guess I could try and rearrange the whole room, but I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Good.